Chapter 1. The Young Adventurers. Tommy, Old Thing. Tuppence, Old Bean. The two young people greeted each other affectionately and momentarily blocked the Dover Street Tube exit in doing so. The adjective old was misleading. Their united ages would certainly not have totaled 45. Not seen you for simply centuries, continued the young man. Where are you off to? Come and chew a bun with me. We're getting a bit unpopular here, blocking the gangway as it were. Let's get out of it. The girl assenting. They started walking down Dover Street towards Piccadilly. Now then, said Tommy, where shall we go? The very faint anxiety which underlay his tone did not escape the astute ears of Miss Prudence Cowley, known to her intimate friends for some mysterious reason as Tuppence. She pounced at once. Tommy, you're stony. Not a bit of it, declared Tommy, unconvincingly. Rolling in cash. You always were a shocking liar, said Tuppence severely, though you did once persuade Sister Greenbank that the doctor had ordered you beer as a tonic, but forgotten to write it on the chart. Do you remember? Tommy chuckled. I should think I did. Wasn't the old cat in a rage when she found out? Not that she was a bad sort, really. Old Mother Greenbank. Good old hospital demobbed like everything else. I suppose. Tuppence sighed. Yes, you too. Tommy nodded. 2 months ago. Gratuity, hinted Tuppence. Spent. Oh, Tommy. No, old thing. Not in riotous dissipation. No such luck. The cost of living, ordinary plain. Or garden living nowadays is, I assure you. If you do not know, my dear child, interrupted Tuppence, there is nothing I do not know about the cost of living. Here we are at Lyons, and we will each of us pay for our own. That's that. And Tuppence led the way upstairs. The place was full, and they wandered about looking for a table, catching odds and ends of conversation as they did so. And do you know, she sat down and cried when I told her she couldn't have the flat after all. It was simply a bargain, my dear, just like the one Mabel Lewis brought from Paris. Funny scraps one does over here, murmured Tommy. I passed 2 Johnnies in the street today, talking about someone called Jane Finn. Did you ever hear such a name? But at that moment, 2 elderly ladies rose and collected parcels, and Tuppence deftly ensconced herself in one of the vacant seats. Tommy ordered tea and buns. Tuppence ordered tea and buttered toast. And mind the tea comes in separate teapots, she added severely. Tommy sat down opposite her. His bared head revealed a shock of exquisitely slicked back red hair. His face was pleasantly ugly nondescript, yet unmistakably the face of a gentleman and a sportsman. His brown suit was well cut, but perilously near the end of its tether. They were an essentially modern-looking couple. As they sat there, Tuppence had no claim to beauty, but there was character and charm in the elfin lines of her little face, with its determined chin and large, wide-apart gray eyes that looked mistily out from under straight, black brows. She wore a small, bright green toque over her black bobbed hair, and her extremely short and rather shabby skirt revealed a pair of uncommonly dainty ankles. Her appearance presented a valiant attempt at smartness. The tea came at last, and Tuppence, rousing herself from a fit of meditation, poured it out. Now then, said Tommy, taking a large bite of bun, let's get up to date. Remember, I haven't seen you since that time in hospital in 1916. Very well. Tuppence helped herself liberally to buttered toast. Abridged biography of Miss Prudence Cowley, fifth daughter of Archdeacon Cowley of Little Missendell, Suffolk. Miss Cowley left the delights and drudgeries of her home life early in the war and came up to London, where she entered an officer's hospital. First month, washed up 648 plates every day. Second month, promoted to drying aforesaid plates. Third month, promoted to peeling potatoes. Fourth month, promoted to cutting bread and butter. Fifth month, promoted one floor up to duties of ward maid with mop and pail. Sixth month, promoted to waiting at table. Seventh month, pleasing appearance and nice manners so striking that I'm promoted to waiting on the sister's 8th month slight check in career. Sister Bond ate Sister Westhaven's egg. Grand Row ward maid clearly to blame. Inattention in such important matters cannot be too highly censured. Mop and pail again. How are the mighty fallen 9th month promoted to sweeping out wards, where I found a friend of my childhood in Lieutenant Thomas Beresford Bow. Tommy, whom I had not seen for 5 long years. The meeting was affecting 10th month, reproved by matron for visiting the pictures in company with one of the patients, namely, the aforementioned Lieutenant Thomas Beresford. 11th and 12th months parlor-maid duties resumed with entire success. At the end of the year left hospital in a blaze of glory. After that, the talented Miss Cowley drove successively a trade delivery van, a motor lorry, and a general. The last was the pleasantest. He was quite a young general. "What blighter was that?" inquired Tommy. "Perfectly sickening the way those brass hats drove from the War Office to the Savoy, and from the Savoy to the War Office." "I've forgotten his name now," confessed Tuppence. "To resume, that was in a way the apex of my career. I next entered a government office. We had several very enjoyable tea parties. I had intended to become a land girl, a postwoman, and a bus conductress by way of rounding off my career. But the armistice intervened. I clung to the office with the true limpet touch for many long months. But, alas, I was combed out at last. Since then, I've been looking for a job. Now, then your turn." "There's not so much promotion in mine," said Tommy regretfully, "and a great deal less variety. I went out to France again, as you know. Then they sent me to Mesopotamia, and I got wounded for the 2nd time and went into hospital out there. Then I got stuck in Egypt till the armistice happened. Kicked my heels there some time longer. As I told you, finally got demobbed, and for 10 long, weary months I've been job hunting. There aren't any jobs, and if there were, they wouldn't give them to me. What good am I? What do I know about business? Nothing." Tuppence nodded gloomily. "What about the colonies?" she suggested. Tommy shook his head. "I shouldn't like the colonies, and I'm perfectly certain they wouldn't like me. Rich relations?" Again, Tommy shook his head. "Oh, Tommy, not even a great aunt." "I've got an old uncle who's more or less rolling. But he's no good. Why not? Wanted to adopt me once. I refused. I think I remember hearing about it," said Tuppence slowly. "You refused because of your mother." Tommy flushed. "Yes. It would have been a bit rough on the mater, as you know. I was all she had. Old boy hated her. Wanted to get me away from her. Just a bit of spite. Your mother's dead, isn't she?" said Tuppence gently. Tommy nodded. Tuppence's large gray eyes looked misty. You're a good sort, Tommy. I always knew it. Rot, said Tommy hastily. Well, that's my position. I'm just about desperate. So am I. I've hung out as long as I could. I've touted round. I've answered advertisements. I've tried every mortal blessed thing. I've screwed and saved and pinched. But it's no good. I shall have to go home. Don't you want to? Of course I don't want to. What's the good of being sentimental? Father's a dear. I'm awfully fond of him. But you've no idea how I worry him. He has that delightful early Victorian view that short skirts and smoking are immoral. You can imagine what a thorn in the flesh I am to him. He just heaved a sigh of relief when the war took me off. You see, there are 7 of us at home. It's awful. All housework and mother's meetings. I have always been the changeling. I don't want to go back, but, oh, Tommy, what else is there to do? Tommy shook his head sadly. There was a silence. And then Tuppence burst out. Money! Money, money! I think about money morning, noon and night. I dare say it's mercenary of me. But there it is. Same here, agreed Tommy with feeling. I've thought over every imaginable way of getting it too, continued Tuppence. There are only 3 to be left it, to marry it, or to make it. First is ruled out. I haven't got any rich elderly relatives. Any relatives I have are in homes for decayed gentlewomen. I always help old ladies over crossings and pick up parcels for old gentlemen in case they should turn out to be eccentric millionaires. But not one of them has ever asked me my name, and quite a lot never said thank you. There was a pause. Of course, resumed Tuppence, marriage is my best chance. I made up my mind to marry money when I was quite young. Any thinking girl would. I'm not sentimental. You know. She paused. Come now. You can't say I'm sentimental. She added sharply. Certainly not, agreed Tommy hastily. No one would ever think of sentiment in connection with you. That's not very polite, replied Tuppence. But I dare say you mean it all right. Well, there it is. I'm ready and willing. But I never meet any rich men. All the boys I know are about as hard up as I am. What about the general? Inquired Tommy. I fancy he keeps a bicycle shop in time of peace, explained Tuppence. No, there it is. Now, you could marry a rich girl. I'm like you. I don't know any. That doesn't matter. You can always get to know one. Now, if I see a man in a fur coat come out of the Ritz, I can't rush up to him and say, look here, you're rich. I'd like to know you. Do you suggest that I should do that to a similarly garbed female? Don't be silly. You tread on her foot, or pick up her handkerchief, or something like that. If she thinks you want to know her, she's flattered, and will manage it for you somehow. You overrate my manly charms, murmured Tommy. On the other hand, proceeded Tuppence, my millionaire would probably run for his life. No marriage is fraught with difficulties, remains to make money. We've tried that, and failed. Tommy reminded her. We've tried all the orthodox ways. Yes, but suppose we try the unorthodox. Tommy, let's be adventurers. Certainly, replied Tommy cheerfully. How do we begin? That's the difficulty. If we could make ourselves known, people might hire us to commit crimes for them. Delightful, commented Tommy, especially coming from a clergyman's daughter. The moral guilt, Tuppence pointed out, would be theirs, not mine. You must admit that there's a difference between stealing a diamond necklace for yourself and being hired to steal it. There wouldn't be the least difference if you were caught. Perhaps not, but I shouldn't be caught. I'm so clever. Modesty always was your besetting sin, remarked Tommy. Don't rag. Look here, Tommy, shall we form a business partnership? Form a company for the stealing of diamond necklaces? That was only an illustration. Let's have a, what do you call it in bookkeeping? Don't know. Never did any. I have, but I always got mixed up and used to put credit entries on the debit side and vice versa. So they fired me out. Oh, I know, a joint venture. It struck me as such a romantic phrase to come across in the middle of musty old figures. It's got an Elizabethan flavor about it. Makes one think of galleons and doubloons. A joint venture. Trading under the name of the young adventurers. Looted. Is that your idea? Tuppence? It's all very well to laugh, but I feel there might be something in it. How do you propose to get in touch with your would-be employers? Advertisement, replied Tuppence promptly. Have you got a bit of paper and a pencil men usually seem to have? Just like we have hairpins and powder puffs. Tommy handed over a rather shabby green notebook, and Tuppence began writing busily. Shall we begin? Young officer, twice wounded in the war. Certainly not. Oh, very well, my dear boy. But I can assure you that that sort of thing might touch the heart of an elderly spinster, and she might adopt you. And then there would be no need for you to be a young adventurer at all. I don't want to be adopted. Forgot you had a prejudice against it. I was only ragging you. The papers are full up to the brim with that type of thing. Now listen. How's this 2 young adventurers for hire? Willing to do anything. Go anywhere. Pay must be good. We might as well make that clear from the start. Then we might add, no reasonable offer refused, like flats and furniture. I should think any offer we get in answer to that would be a pretty unreasonable one. Tommy, you're a genius. That's ever so much more chic. No unreasonable offer refused if pay is good. How's that? I shouldn't mention pay again. It looks rather eager. It couldn't look as eager as I feel, but perhaps you are right. Now, I'll read it straight through. 2 young adventures for hire. Willing to do anything? Go anywhere. Pay must be good. No unreasonable offer refused. How would that strike you if you read it? It would strike me as either being a hoax or else written by a lunatic. It's not half so insane as a thing I read this morning beginning Petunia and signed Best Boy. She tore out the leaf and handed it to Tommy. There you are. The Times, I think. Reply to box so-and-so. I expect it will be about 5 shillings. Here's half a crown for my share. Tommy was holding the paper thoughtfully. His face burned a deeper red. Shall we really try it? He said at last. Shall we? Tuppence, just for the fun of the thing. Tommy, you're a sport. I knew you would be. Let's drink to success. She poured some cold dregs of tea into the 2 cups. Here's to our joint venture, and may it prosper. The young adventurers. Litted, responded Tommy. They put down the cups and laughed rather uncertainly. Tuppence rose. I must return to my palatial suite at the hostel. Perhaps it is time I strolled round to the Ritz, agreed Tommy with a grin. Where shall we meet, and when? 12 o'clock tomorrow, Piccadilly Tube Station. Will that suit you? My time is my own, replied Mr. Beresford magnificently. So long, then. Goodbye, old thing. The 2 young people went off, in opposite directions. Tuppence's hostel was situated in what was charitably called Southern Belgravia. For reasons of economy, she did not take a bus. She was halfway across St. James's Park when a man's voice behind her made her start. "Excuse me," it said, "but may I speak to you for a moment?" Chapter 2. Mr. Whittington's Offer. Tuppence turned sharply, but the words hovering on the tip of her tongue remained unspoken, for the man's appearance and manner did not bear out her first and most natural assumption. She hesitated, as if he read her thoughts. The man said quickly, "I can assure you, I mean no disrespect." Tuppence believed him. Although she disliked and distrusted him instinctively, she was inclined to acquit him of the particular motive which she had at first attributed to him. She looked him up and down. He was a big man, clean-shaven, with a heavy jowl. His eyes were small and cunning, and shifted their glance under her direct gaze. "Well, what is it?" she asked. The man smiled. "I happened to overhear part of your conversation with the young gentleman in Lyon." "Well, what of it?" "Nothing, except that I think I may be of some use to you." Another inference forced itself into Tuppence's mind. "You followed me here." "I took that liberty. Peace. And in what way do you think you could be of use to me?" The man took a card from his pocket and handed it to her with a bow. Tuppence took it and scrutinized it carefully. It bore the inscription, "Mr. Edward Whittington." Below the name were the words, "Estonia Glassware Co." and the address of a city office. Mr. Whittington spoke again. "If you will call upon me tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, I will lay the details of my proposition before you." "At 11 o'clock?" said Tuppence doubtfully. "At 11 o'clock?" Tuppence made up her mind. "Very well, I'll be there." "Thank you. Good evening." He raised his hat with a flourish and walked away. Tuppence remained for some minutes gazing after him. Then she gave a curious movement of her shoulders, rather as a terrier shakes himself. "The adventures have begun," she murmured to herself. "What does he want me to do, I wonder? There's something about you, Mr. Whittington, that I don't like at all, eh? But, on the other hand, I'm not the least bit afraid of you. And as I've said before, and shall doubtless say again, little Tuppence can look after herself. Thank you." And with a short, sharp nod of her head, she walked briskly onward. As a result of further meditations, however, she turned aside from the direct route and entered a post office. There she pondered for some moments, a telegraph form in her hand. The thought of a possible 5 shillings spent unnecessarily spurred her to action, and she decided to risk the waste of 9 pence. Disdaining the spiky pen and thick black treacle which a beneficent government had provided, Tuppence drew out Tommy's pencil, which she had retained, and wrote rapidly, "Don't put in advertisement. Will explain tomorrow." She addressed it to Tommy at his club, from which in 1 short month he would have to resign, unless a kindly fortune permitted him to renew his subscription. "It may catch him," she murmured. "Anyway, it's worth trying." After handing it over the counter, she set out briskly for home, stopping at a baker's to buy 3 pennyworth of new buns. Later, in her tiny cubicle at the top of the house, she munched buns and reflected on the future. What was the Estonia Glassware Co., and what earthly need could it have for her services? A pleasurable thrill of excitement made Tuppence tingle. At any rate, the country vicarage had retreated into the background again. The morrow held possibilities. It was a long time before Tuppence went to sleep that night, and when at length she did, she dreamed that Mr. Whittington had set her to washing up a pile of Estonia glassware, which bore an unaccountable resemblance to hospital plates. It wanted some 5 minutes to 11 when Tuppence reached the block of buildings in which the offices of the Estonia Glassware Company were situated. To arrive before the time would look overeager. So, Tuppence decided to walk to the end of the street and back again. She did so. On the stroke of 11, she plunged into the recesses of the building. The Estonia Glassware Company was on the top floor. There was a lift, but Tuppence chose to walk up, slightly out of breath. She came to a halt outside the ground glass door with the legend painted across it. Estonia Glassware Co. Tuppence knocked. In response to a voice from within, she turned the handle and walked into a small, rather dirty office. A middle-aged clerk got down from a high stool at a desk near the window and came towards her inquiringly. "I have an appointment with Mr. Whittington," said Tuppence. "Will you come this way, please?" He crossed to a partition door with private on it, knocked, then opened the door and stood aside to let her pass in. Mr. Whittington was seated behind a large desk covered with papers. Tuppence felt her previous judgment confirmed. There was something wrong about Mr. Whittington. The combination of his sleek prosperity and his shifty eye was not attractive. He looked up and nodded. "So you've turned up all right. That's good. Sit down, will you?" Tuppence sat down and on the chair facing him. She looked particularly small and demure this morning. She sat there meekly, with downcast eyes, whilst Mr. Whittington sorted and rustled amongst his papers. Finally, he pushed them away and leaned over the desk. "Now, my dear young lady, let us come to business." His large face broadened into a smile. "You want work? Well, I have work to offer you. What should you say now to £100 down, and all expenses paid?" Mr. Whittington leaned back in his chair and thrust his thumbs into the armholes of his waistcoat. Tuppence eyed him warily. "And the nature of the work?" she demanded. "Nominal, purely nominal. A pleasant trip, that is all." "Where to?" Mr. Whittington smiled again. "Paris?" "Oh," said Tuppence thoughtfully. To herself, she said, "Of course. If father heard that, he would have a fit. But somehow, I don't see Mr. Whittington in the role of the gay deceiver." "Yes," continued Whittington. "What could be more delightful? To put the clock back a few years, a very few, I am sure, and re-enter one of those charming pensionnats de jeunes filles with which Paris abounds." Tuppence interrupted him. "A pensionnat?" "Exactly. Madame Colombier's in the Avenue de Neuilly." Tuppence knew the name well. Nothing could have been more select. She had had several American friends there. She was more than ever puzzled. "You want me to go to Madame Colombier's?" "For how long?" "That depends. Possibly 3 months. And that is all. There are no other conditions. None whatever. You would, of course, go into the character of my ward, and you would hold no communication with your friends. I should have to request absolute secrecy for the time being. By the way, you are English. Are you not?" "Yes." "Yet you speak with a slight American accent." "My great pal in hospital was a little American girl. I dare say I picked it up from her. I can soon get out of it again. On the contrary, it might be simpler for you to pass as an American. Details about your past life in England might be more difficult to sustain. Yes, I think that would be decidedly better. Then, one moment, Mr. Whittington. You seem to be taking my consent for granted. Whittington looked surprised. Surely, you are not thinking of refusing. I can assure you that Madame Colombier's is a most high-class and orthodox establishment, and the terms are most liberal. Exactly, said Tuppence. That's just it. The terms are almost too liberal. Mr. Whittington, I cannot see any way in which I can be worth that amount of money to you. No, said Whittington softly. Well, I will tell you. I could doubtless obtain someone else for very much less. What I am willing to pay for is a young lady with sufficient intelligence and presence of mind to sustain her part well, and also one who will have sufficient discretion not to ask too many questions. Tuppence smiled a little. She felt that Whittington had scored. There's another thing. So far, there has been no mention of Mr. Beresford. Where does he come in? Mr. Beresford? My partner, said Tuppence with dignity. You saw us together yesterday. Ah, yes. But I'm afraid we shan't require his services. Then it's off. Tuppence rose. It's both or neither. Sorry, but that's how it is. Good morning, Mr. Whittington. Wait a minute. Let us see if something can't be managed. Sit down again. Miss. He paused interrogatively. Tuppence's conscience gave her a passing twinge as she remembered the archdeacon. She seized hurriedly on the first name that came into her head. Jane Finn, she said hastily, and then paused open-mouthed at the effect of those two simple words. All the geniality had faded out of Whittington's face. It was purple, with rage, and the veins stood out on the forehead, and behind it all there lurked a sort of incredulous dismay. He leaned forward and hissed savagely, So that's your little game, is it? Tuppence, though utterly taken aback, nevertheless kept her head. She had not the faintest comprehension of his meaning, but she was naturally quick-witted, and felt it imperative to keep her end up, as she phrased it. Whittington went on. Been playing with me, have you, all the time, like a cat and mouse, knew all the time what I wanted you for, but kept up the comedy, is that it, eh? He was cooling down. The red color was ebbing out of his face. He eyed her keenly. Who's been blabbing, Rita? Tuppence shook her head. She was doubtful as to how long she could sustain this illusion, but she realized the importance of not dragging an unknown Rita into it. No, she replied with perfect truth. Rita knows nothing about me. His eyes still bored into her like gimlets. How much do you know? He shot out. Very little indeed, answered Tuppence, and was pleased to note that Whittington's uneasiness was augmented instead of allayed. To have boasted that she knew a lot might have raised doubts in his mind. Anyway, snarled Whittington, you knew enough to come in here and plump out that name. It might be my own name, Tuppence pointed out. It's likely, isn't it, that there would be two girls with a name like that? Or I might just have hit upon it by chance, continued Tuppence, intoxicated with the success of truthfulness. Mr. Whittington brought his fist down upon the desk with a bang. Quit fooling. How much do you know, and how much do you want? The last 5 words took Tuppence's fancy mightily, especially after a meager breakfast and a supper of buns the night before. Her present part was of the adventuress rather than the adventurous order, but she did not deny its possibilities. She sat up and smiled with the air of one who has the situation thoroughly well in hand. My dear Mr. Whittington, she said, let us by all means lay our cards upon the table. And pray do not be so angry. You heard me say yesterday that I propose to live by my wits. It seems to me that I have now proved I have some wits to live by. I admit I have knowledge of a certain name. But perhaps my knowledge ends there. Yes, and perhaps it doesn't, snarled Whittington. You insist on misjudging me, said Tuppence, and sighed gently. As I said once before, said Whittington angrily, quit fooling and come to the point. You can't play the innocent with me. You know a great deal more than you're willing to admit. Tuppence paused a moment to admire her own ingenuity, and then said softly, I shouldn't like to contradict you, Mr. Whittington. So we come to the usual question, how much? Tuppence was in a dilemma. So far, she had fooled Whittington with complete success, but to mention a palpably impossible sum might awaken his suspicions. An idea flashed across her brain. Suppose we say a little something down, and a fuller discussion of the matter later. Whittington gave her an ugly glance. Blackmail, eh? Tuppence smiled sweetly. Oh no, shall we say payment of services in advance? Whittington grunted. You see, explained Tuppence sweetly, I'm not so very fond of money. You're about the limit. That's what you are, growled Whittington, with a sort of unwilling admiration. You took me in all right. Thought you were quite a meek little kid with just enough brains for my purpose. Life, moralized Tuppence, is full of surprises. All the same, continued Whittington, someone's been talking. You say it isn't Rita. Was it? Oh, come in. The clerk followed his discreet knock into the room and laid a paper at his master's elbow. Telephone message just come for you, sir. Whittington snatched it up and read it. A frown gathered on his brow. That'll do. Brown, you can go. The clerk withdrew, closing the door behind him. Whittington turned to Tuppence. Come tomorrow at the same time. I'm busy now. Here's 50 to go on with. He rapidly sorted out some notes and pushed them across the table to Tuppence, then stood up, obviously impatient for her to go. The girl counted the notes in a businesslike manner, secured them in her handbag, and rose. Good morning, Mr. Whittington, she said politely. At least au revoir, I should say. Exactly, au revoir. Whittington looked almost genial again, a reversion that aroused in Tuppence a faint misgiving. Au revoir, my clever and charming young lady. Tuppence sped lightly down the stairs. A wild elation possessed her. A neighboring clock showed the time to be 5 minutes to 12. Let's give Tommy a surprise, murmured Tuppence, and hailed a taxi. The cab drew up outside the tube station. Tommy was just within the entrance. His eyes opened to their fullest extent as he hurried forward to assist Tuppence to alight. She smiled at him affectionately and remarked in a slightly affected voice, Pay the thing, will you, old bean? I've got nothing smaller than a 5-pound note. Chapter 3. A Setback. The moment was not quite so triumphant as it ought to have been. To begin with, the resources of Tommy's pockets were somewhat limited. In the end, the fare was managed. The lady recollecting a plebeian twopence, and the driver, still holding the varied assortment of coins in his hand, was prevailed upon to move on, which he did after one last hoarse demand as to what the gentleman thought he was giving him. I think you've given him too much, Tommy, said Tuppence innocently. I fancy he wants to give some of it back. It was possibly this remark which induced the driver to move away. "Well," said Mr. Beresford, at length, able to relieve his feelings. "What the dickens? Did you want to take a taxi for—" "I was afraid I might be late and keep you waiting," said Tuppence gently. "Afraid you might be late? Oh, Lord, I give it up," said Mr. Beresford. "And really and truly," continued Tuppence, opening her eyes very wide, "I haven't got anything smaller than a 5-pound note. You did that part of it very well, old bean, but all the same the fellow wasn't taken in, not for a moment. No," said Tuppence thoughtfully. "He didn't believe it. That's the curious part about speaking the truth. No one does believe it. I found that out this morning. Now let's go to lunch. How about the Savoy?" Tommy grinned. "How about the Ritz?" "On second thoughts, I prefer the Piccadilly. It's nearer. We shan't have to take another taxi. Come along." "Is this a new brand of humor, or is your brain really unhinged?" inquired Tommy. "Your last supposition is the correct one. I have come into money, and the shock has been too much for me. For that particular form of mental trouble, an eminent physician recommends unlimited hors d'oeuvre. Lobster à l'américaine, chicken Newburg, and pêche Melba. Let's go and get them. Tuppence, old girl, what has really come over you? Oh, unbelieving one." Tuppence wrenched open her bag. "Look here, and here, and here. My dear girl, don't wave pound notes aloft like that. They're not pound notes. They're 5 times better, and this one's 10 times better." Tommy groaned. "I must have been drinking unawares. Am I dreaming, Tuppence? Or do I really behold a large quantity of 5-pound notes being waved about in a dangerous fashion? Even so, O King. Now, will you come and have lunch? I'll come anywhere. But what have you been doing? Holding up a bank. All in good time. What an awful place Piccadilly Circus is. There's a huge bus bearing down on us. It would be too terrible if they killed the 5-pound notes. Grill room?" inquired Tommy, as they reached the opposite pavement in safety. "The other's more expensive," demurred Tuppence. "That's mere wicked, wanton extravagance. Come on below." "Are you sure I can get all the things I want there? That extremely unwholesome menu you were outlining just now." "Of course you can, or as much as is good for you. Anyway, and now tell me," said Tommy, unable to restrain his pent-up curiosity any longer. As they sat in state, surrounded by the many hors d'oeuvres of Tuppence's dreams, Miss Cowley told him, "And the curious part of it is," she ended, "that I really did invent the name of Jane Finn. I didn't want to give my own, because of poor father, in case I should get mixed up in anything shady. Perhaps that's so?" said Tommy slowly. "But you didn't invent it." "What? No, I told it to you. Don't you remember? I said yesterday I'd overheard 2 people talking about a female called Jane Finn. That's what brought the name into your mind. So pat? So you did. I remember now. How extraordinary." Tuppence tailed off into silence. Suddenly, she roused herself. "Tommy." "Yes. What were they like? The 2 men you passed?" Tommy frowned in an effort at remembrance. "One was a big fat sort of chap, clean-shaven, I think, and dark." "That's him," cried Tuppence in an ungrammatical squeal. "That's Whittington. What was the other man like?" "I can't remember. I didn't notice him particularly. It was really the outlandish name that caught my attention. And people say that coincidences don't happen." Tuppence tackled her pêche, Melba, happily. But Tommy had become serious. "Look here, Tuppence, old girl, What is this going to lead to? More money, replied his companion. I know that. You've only got one idea in your head. What I mean is, what about the next step? How are you going to keep the game up? Oh, Tuppence laid down her spoon. You're right, Tommy. It is a bit of a poser. After all, you know, you can't bluff him forever. You're sure to slip up sooner or later. And anyway, I'm not at all sure that it isn't actionable blackmail. You know, nonsense. Blackmail is saying you'll tell unless you are given money. Now, there's nothing I could tell because I don't really know anything. Said Tommy doubtfully. Well, anyway, what are we going to do? Whittington was in a hurry to get rid of you this morning, but next time he'll want to know something more before he parts with his money. He'll want to know how much you know and where you got your information from, and a lot of other things that you can't cope with. What are you going to do about it? Tuppence frowned severely. We must think. Order some Turkish coffee, Tommy. Stimulating to the brain. Oh dear, what a lot I have eaten. You have made rather a hog of yourself. So have I, for that matter. But I flatter myself that my choice of dishes was more judicious than yours. 2 coffees. This was to the waiter. 1 Turkish, 1 French. Tuppence sipped her coffee with a deeply reflective air and snubbed Tommy when he spoke to her. Be quiet. I'm thinking. Shades of Pelmanism, said Tommy, and relapsed into silence. There, said Tuppence at last. I've got a plan. Obviously what we've got to do is find out more about it all. Tommy applauded. Don't jeer. We can only find out through Whittington. We must discover where he lives, what he does, sleuth him. In fact, now I can't do it, because he knows me. But he only saw you for a minute or 2 in Lyons. He's not likely to recognize you. After all, one young man is much like another. I repudiate that remark utterly. I'm sure my pleasing features and distinguished appearance would single me out from any crowd. My plan is this. Tuppence went on calmly. I'll go alone tomorrow. I'll put him off again, like I did today. It doesn't matter if I don't get any more money at once. £50 ought to last us a few days, or even longer. You'll hang about outside. When I come out, I shan't speak to you, in case he's watching. But I'll take up my stand somewhere near. And when he comes out of the building, I'll drop a handkerchief or something, and off you go. Off I go where? Follow him. Of course. Silly. What do you think of the idea? Sort of thing one reads about in books. I somehow feel that in real life, one will feel a bit of an ass standing in the street for hours with nothing to do. People will wonder what I'm up to. Not in the city. Everyone's in such a hurry. Probably no one will even notice you at all. That's the second time you've made that sort of remark. Never mind. I forgive you. Anyway, it will be rather a lark. What are you doing this afternoon? Well, said Tuppence meditatively, I had thought of hats, or perhaps silk stockings, or perhaps, hold hard, admonished Tommy. There's a limit to £50, but let's do dinner and a show tonight, at all events. Rather, the day passed pleasantly, the evening even more so. 2 of the £5 notes were now irretrievably dead. They met by arrangement the following morning and proceeded citywards. Tommy remained on the opposite side of the road while Tuppence plunged into the building. Tommy strolled slowly down to the end of the street, then back again. Just as he came abreast of the buildings, Tuppence darted across the road. Tommy, yes, what's up? The place is shut. I can't make anyone hear. That's odd, isn't it? Come up with me, and let's try again. Tommy followed her. As they passed the third floor, landing, a young clerk came out of an office. He hesitated a moment, then addressed himself to Tuppence. Were you wanting the Estonia glassware? Yes, please. It's closed down. Since yesterday afternoon. Company being wound up, they say. Not that I've ever heard of it myself. But anyway, the office is to let... Thank you, faltered Tuppence. I suppose you don't know Mr. Whittington's address. Afraid I don't. They left rather suddenly. Thank you very much, said Tommy. Come on, Tuppence. They descended to the street again, where they gazed at one another blankly. That's torn it, said Tommy at length. And I never suspected it, wailed Tuppence. Cheer up, old thing. It can't be helped. Can't it, though? Tuppence's little chin shot out defiantly. Do you think this is the end? If so, you're wrong. It's just the beginning. The beginning of what? Of our adventure. Tommy, don't you see? If they are scared enough to run away like this, it shows that there must be a lot in this Jane Finn business. Well, we'll get to the bottom of it. We'll run them down. We'll be sleuths in earnest. Yes, but there's no one left to sleuth. No, that's why we'll have to start all over again. Lend me that bit of pencil. Thanks. Wait a minute, don't interrupt. There. Tuppence handed back the pencil and surveyed the piece of paper on which she had written with a satisfied eye. What's that? Advertisement. You're not going to put that thing in after all. No, it's a different one. She handed him the slip of paper. Tommy read the words on it aloud. Wanted. Any information respecting Jane Finn, apply Y. A. Chapter 4. Who is Jane Finn? The next day passed slowly. It was necessary to curtail expenditure. Carefully husbanded. 40 pounds will last a long time. Luckily, the weather was fine, and walking is cheap, dictated Tuppence. An outlying picture house provided them with recreation for the evening. The day of disillusionment had been a Wednesday. On Thursday, the advertisement had duly appeared. On Friday, letters might be expected to arrive at Tommy's rooms. He had been bound by an honorable promise not to open any such letters if they did arrive, but to repair to the National Gallery, where his colleague would meet him at 10 o'clock. Tuppence was first at the rendezvous. She ensconced herself on a red velvet seat and gazed at the Turners with unseeing eyes until she saw the familiar figure enter the room. Well, returned Mr. Beresford provokingly, which is your favorite picture? Don't be a wretch. Aren't there any answers? Tommy shook his head with a deep and somewhat overacted melancholy. I didn't want to disappoint you, old thing, by telling you right off. It's too bad. Good money wasted, he sighed. Still, there it is. The advertisement has appeared, and there are only two answers. Tommy, you devil, almost screamed Tuppence. Give them to me. How could you be so mean? Your luggage, Tuppence, your luggage. They're very particular at the National Gallery. Government show, you know, and do remember, as I have pointed out to you before, that as a clergyman's daughter, I ought to be on the stage, finished Tuppence with a snap. That is not what I intended to say. But if you are sure that you have enjoyed to the full the reaction of joy after despair with which I have kindly provided you free of charge, let us get down to our mail, as the saying goes. Tuppence snatched the 2 precious envelopes from him unceremoniously and scrutinized them carefully. Thick paper. This one. It looks rich. We'll keep it to the last and open the other first. Right you are. 1, 2, 3, go. Tuppence's little thumb ripped open the envelope, and she extracted the contents. Dear Sir, referring to your advertisement in this morning's paper, I may be able to be of some use to you. Perhaps you could call and see me at the above address at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yours truly, A. Carter, 27, Carshalton Terrace, said Tuppence, referring to the address. That's Gloucester Roadway. Plenty of time to get there if we tube. The following, said Tommy, is the plan of campaign. It is my turn to assume the offensive. Ushered into the presence of Mr. Carter, he and I wish each other good morning, as is customary. He then says, please take a seat, Mr. Eyre, to which I reply promptly and significantly, Edward Whittington, whereupon Mr. Carter turns purple in the face and gasps out, how much pocketing the usual fee of £50. I rejoin you in the road outside, and we proceed to the next address and repeat the performance. Don't be absurd, Tommy. Now for the other letter. Oh, this is from the Ritz. £100 instead of 50. I'll read it. Dear Sir, or your advertisement. I should be glad if you would call round somewhere about lunchtime. Yours truly, Julius P. Hersheimer. Ha? Said Tommy. Do I smell a Bosch, or only an American millionaire of unfortunate ancestry? At all events, we'll call at lunchtime. It's a good time. Frequently leads to free food for 2. Tuppence nodded assent. Now for Carter. We'll have to hurry. Carshalton Terrace proved to be an unimpeachable row of what Tuppence called ladylike-looking houses. They rang the bell at number 27, and a neat maid answered the door. She looked so respectable that Tuppence's heart sank. Upon Tommy's request for Mr. Carter, she showed them into a small study on the ground floor, where she left them. Hardly a minute elapsed, however, before the door opened, and a tall man with a lean, hawk-like face and a tired manner entered the room. Mr. Y.A., he said, and smiled. His smile was distinctly attractive. Do sit down, both of you. They obeyed. He himself took a chair opposite to Tuppence and smiled at her encouragingly. There was something in the quality of his smile that made the girl's usual readiness desert her, as he did not seem inclined to open the conversation. Tuppence was forced to begin. We wanted to know, that is, would you be so kind as to tell us anything you know about Jane Finn? Jane Finn? Mr. Carter appeared to reflect. Well, the question is, what do you know about her? Tuppence drew herself up. I don't see that that's got anything to do with it. No? But it has. You know, really it has, and he smiled again in his tired way and continued reflectively. So that brings us down to it again. What do you know about Jane Finn? Come now, he continued, as Tuppence remained silent. You must know something to have advertised as you did. He leaned forward a little. His weary voice held a hint of persuasiveness. Suppose you tell me. There was something very magnetic about Mr. Carter's personality. Tuppence seemed to shake herself free of it, with an effort, as she said, We couldn't do that, could we, Tommy? But to her surprise, her companion did not back her up. His eyes were fixed on Mr. Carter, and his tone when he spoke held an unusual note of deference. I dare say the little we know won't be any good to you, sir, but such as it is, you're welcome to it." "Tommy!" cried out Tuppence in surprise. Mr. Carter slewed round in his chair. His eyes asked a question. Tommy nodded. "Yes, sir. I recognized you at once. Saw you in France when I was with the intelligence. As soon as you came into the room, I knew." Mr. Carter held up his hand. "No names, please. I'm known as Mr. Carter here. It's my cousin's house. By the way, she's willing to lend it to me sometimes when it's a case of working on strictly unofficial lines. Well, now," he looked from one to the other, "who's going to tell me the story?" "Fire ahead. Tuppence," directed Tommy. "It's your yarn. Yes, little lady, out with it." And obediently, Tuppence did out with it, telling the whole story from the forming of the young adventurers, looted, downwards. Mr. Carter listened in silence with a resumption of his tired manner. Now and then he passed his hand across his lips as though to hide a smile. When she had finished, he nodded gravely. "Not much, but suggestive, quite suggestive. If you'll excuse me saying so, you're a curious young couple. I don't know, you might succeed where others have failed. I believe in luck. You know, always have." He paused a moment and then went on. "Well, how about it? You're out for adventure. How would you like to work for me, all quite unofficial? You know, expenses paid, and a moderate screw." Tuppence gazed at him. Her lips parted, her eyes growing wider and wider. "What should we have to do?" she breathed. Mr. Carter smiled. "Just go on with what you're doing now. Find Jane Finn." "Yes, but who is Jane Finn?" Mr. Carter nodded gravely. "Yes, you're entitled to know that. I think—" He leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, brought the tips of his fingers together, and began, in a low monotone, secret diplomacy which, by the way, is nearly always bad policy, does not concern you. It will be sufficient to say that in the early days of 1915, a certain document came into being. It was the draft of a secret agreement. Treaty, call it what you like. It was drawn up ready for signature by the various representatives, and drawn up in America, at that time a neutral country. It was dispatched to England by a special messenger, selected for that purpose. A young fellow called Danvers. It was hoped that the whole affair had been kept so secret that nothing would have leaked out. That kind of hope is usually disappointed. Somebody always talks Danvers sailed for England on the Lusitania. He carried the precious papers in an oilskin packet, which he wore next his skin. It was on that particular voyage that the Lusitania was torpedoed and sunk. Danvers was among the list of those missing. Eventually, his body was washed ashore and identified beyond any possible doubt, but the oilskin packet was missing. The question was, had it been taken from him, or had he himself passed it on into another's keeping? There were a few incidents that strengthened the possibility of the latter theory. After the torpedo struck the ship, in the few moments during the launching of the boats, Danvers was seen speaking to a young American girl. No one actually saw him pass anything to her, but he might have done so. It seems to me quite likely that he entrusted the papers to this girl, believing that she, as a woman, had a greater chance of bringing them safely to shore. But if so, Where was the girl? And what had she done with the papers by later advice from America? It seemed likely that Danvers had been closely shadowed on the way over. Was this girl in league with his enemies? Or had she, in her turn, been shadowed and either tricked or forced into handing over the precious packet? We set to work to trace her out. It proved unexpectedly difficult. Her name was Jane Finn, and it duly appeared among the list of the survivors. But the girl herself seemed to have vanished completely. Inquiries into her antecedents did little to help us. She was an orphan, and had been what we should call over here a pupil teacher in a small school out west. Her passport had been made out for Paris, where she was going to join the staff of a hospital. She had offered her services voluntarily, and after some correspondence they had been accepted. Having seen her name in the list of the saved from the Lusitania, the staff of the hospital were naturally very surprised at her not arriving to take up her billet, and at not hearing from her in any way. Well, every effort was made to trace the young lady, but all in vain. We tracked her across Ireland, but nothing could be heard of her after she set foot in England. No use was made of the draft treaty, as might very easily have been done, and we therefore came to the conclusion that Danvers had, after all, destroyed it. The war entered on another phase. The diplomatic aspect changed accordingly, and the treaty was never redrafted. Rumors as to its existence were emphatically denied. The disappearance of Jane Finn was forgotten, and the whole affair was lost in oblivion. Mr. Carter paused, and Tuppence broke in impatiently. But why has it all cropped up again? The war is over. A hint of alertness came into Mr. Carter's manner, because it seemed that the papers were not destroyed after all, and that they might be resurrected today with a new and deadly significance. Tuppence stared. Mr. Carter nodded. Yes, 5 years ago. That draft treaty was a weapon in our hands. Today it is a weapon against us. It was a gigantic blunder. If its terms were made public, it would mean disaster. It might possibly bring about another war, not with Germany this time. That is an extreme possibility, and I do not believe in its likelihood myself. But that document undoubtedly implicates a number of our statesmen whom we cannot afford to have discredited in any way at the present moment. As a party cry for labor, it would be irresistible, and a labor government at this juncture would, in my opinion, be a grave disability for British trade. But that is a mere nothing to the real danger. He paused, and then said quietly, You may perhaps have heard or read that there is Bolshevist influence at work behind the present labor unrest. Tuppence nodded. That is the truth. Bolshevist gold is pouring into this country for the specific purpose of procuring a revolution. And there is a certain man, a man whose real name is unknown to us, who is working in the dark for his own ends. The Bolshevists are behind the labor unrest, but this man is behind the Bolshevists. Who is he, we do not know. He is always spoken of by the unassuming title of Mr. Brown. But one thing is certain. He is the master criminal of this age. He controls a marvelous organization. Most of the peace propaganda during the war was originated and financed by him. His spies are everywhere. Naturalized German? Asked Tommy. On the contrary, I have every reason to believe he is an Englishman. He was pro-German, as he would have been pro-Boer. What he seeks to attain we do not know. Probably supreme power for himself, of a kind unique in history. We have no clue as to his real personality. It is reported that even his own followers are ignorant of it. Where we have come across his tracks, he has always played a secondary part. Somebody else assumes the chief role, but afterwards, we always find that there had been some non-entity, a servant or a clerk, who had remained in the background unnoticed, and that the elusive Mr. Brown has escaped us once more. Oh, Tuppence jumped. I wonder. Yes, I remember in Mr. Whittington's office, the clerk. He called him Brown. You don't think? Carter nodded thoughtfully. Very likely. A curious point is that the name is usually mentioned. An idiosyncrasy of genius. Can you describe him at all? I really didn't notice. He was quite ordinary, just like anyone else. Mr. Carter sighed in his tired manner. That is the invariable description of Mr. Brown. Brought a telephone message to the man. Whittington. Did he notice a telephone in the outer office? Tuppence thought. No, I don't think I did. Exactly. That message was Mr. Brown's way of giving an order to his subordinate. He overheard the whole conversation, of course. Was it after that Whittington handed you over the money and told you to come the following day? Tuppence nodded. Yes, undoubtedly the hand of Mr. Brown. Mr. Carter paused. Well, there it is. You see what you are pitting yourself against. Possibly the finest criminal brain of the age. I don't quite like it, you know. You're such young things. Both of you. I shouldn't like anything to happen to you. It won't, Tuppence assured him positively. I'll look after her, sir, said Tommy. And I'll look after you, retorted Tuppence, resenting the manly assertion. Well, no, so then, look after each other, sir, said Mr. Carter, smiling. Now let's get back to business. There's something mysterious about this draft treaty that we haven't fathomed yet. We've been threatened with it in plain and unmistakable terms. The revolutionary elements as good as declared that it's in their hands, and that they intend to produce it at a given moment. On the other hand, they are clearly at fault about many of its provisions. The government consider it as mere bluff on their part, and, rightly or wrongly, have stuck to the policy of absolute denial. I'm not so sure. There have been hints, indiscreet allusions, that seem to indicate that the menace is a real one. The position is much as though they had got hold of an incriminating document, but couldn't read it because it was in cipher. But we know that the draft treaty wasn't in cipher, couldn't be in the nature of things, so that won't wash. But there's something, of course. Jane Finn may be dead for all we know, but I don't think so. The curious thing is that they're trying to get information about the girl from us. What? Yes, one or two little things have cropped up. And your story, little lady, confirms my idea. They know we're looking for Jane Finn. Well, they'll produce a Jane Finn of their own. Say at a pensionnat in Paris. Tuppence gasped, and Mr. Carter smiled. No one knows in the least what she looks like, so that's all right. She's primed with a trumped-up tale, and her real business is to get as much information as possible out of us. See the idea? Then you think? Tuppence paused to grasp the supposition fully, that it was as Jane Finn that they wanted me to go to Paris. Mr. Carter smiled more wearily than ever. I believe in coincidences. You know, he said. Chapter 5. Mr. Julius P. Hersheimer. Well, said Tuppence, recovering herself. It really seems as though it were meant to be. Carter nodded. I know what you mean. I'm superstitious myself. Luck and all that sort of thing. Fate seems to have chosen you out to be mixed up in this. Tommy indulged in a chuckle. My word, I don't wonder Whittington got the wind up when Tuppence plumped out that name I should have myself. But look here, sir, we're taking up an awful lot of your time. Have you any tips to give us before we clear out? I think not. My experts, working in stereotyped ways, have failed. You will bring imagination and an open mind to the task. Don't be discouraged if that too does not succeed. For one thing, there is a likelihood of the pace being forced. Tuppence frowned uncomprehendingly. When you had that interview with Whittington, they had time before them. I have information that the big coup was planned for early in the new year. But the government is contemplating legislative action which will deal effectually with the strike menace. They'll get wind of it soon, if they haven't already, and it's possible that they may bring things to a head. I hope it will myself. The less time they have to mature their plans, the better. I'm just warning you that you haven't much time before you, and that you needn't be cast down if you fail. It's not an easy proposition anyway. That's all. Tuppence rose. I think we ought to be businesslike. What exactly can we count upon you for? Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter's lips twitched slightly, but he replied succinctly. Funds within reason, detailed information on any point, and no official recognition. I mean that if you get yourselves into trouble with the police, I can't officially help you out of it. You're on your own, Tuppence nodded sagely. I quite understand that. I'll write out a list of the things I want to know when I've had time to think. Now about money. Yes, Miss Tuppence. Do you want to say how much? Not exactly. We've got plenty to go on with for the present, but when we want more, it will be waiting for you. Yes, but I'm sure I don't want to be rude about the government if you've got anything to do with it. But you know one really has the devil of a time getting anything out of it, and if we have to fill up a blue form and send it in, and then, after 3 months, they send us a green one, and so on, well, that won't be much use, will it? Mr. Carter laughed outright. Don't worry, Miss Tuppence. You will send a personal demand to me here, and the money, in notes, shall be sent by return of post. As to salary, shall we say at the rate of 300 a year, and an equal sum for Mr. Beresford, of course? Tuppence beamed upon him. How lovely. You are kind. I do love money. I'll keep beautiful accounts of our expenses, all debit and credit, and the balance on the right side, and a red line drawn sideways with the totals the same at the bottom. I really know how to do it. When I think, I'm sure you do. Well, goodbye, and good luck to you both. He shook hands with them, and in another minute they were descending the steps of 27 Carshalton Terrace with their heads in a whirl. Tommy, tell me at once, who is Mr. Carter? Tommy murmured a name in her ear. Oh, said Tuppence, impressed. And I can tell you, old bean, he's Oh, said Tuppence again. Then she added reflectively, I like him, don't you? He looks so awfully tired and bored. And yet you feel that underneath he's just like steel, all keen and flashing. Oh, she gave a skip. Pinch me, Tommy, do pinch me. I can't believe it's real. Mr. Beresford obliged. Ow, that's enough. Yes, we're not dreaming. We've got a job. And what a job the joint venture has really begun. It's more respectable than I thought it would be, said Tuppence thoughtfully. Luckily, I haven't got your craving for crime. What time is it? Let's have lunch. Oh. The same thought sprang to the minds of each. Tommy voiced it first. Julius P. Hersheimer. We never told Mr. Carter about hearing from him. Well, there wasn't much to tell, not till we've seen him. Come on. We'd better take a taxi. Now, who's being extravagant? All expenses paid. Remember, hop in. At any rate, we shall make a better effect arriving this way, said Tuppence, leaning back luxuriously. I'm sure blackmailers never arrive in buses. We've ceased being blackmailers. Tommy pointed out. I'm not sure I have, said Tuppence darkly. On inquiring for Mr. Hersheimer, they were at once taken up to his suite. An impatient voice cried, Come in and answer to the page boy's knock. And the lad stood aside to let them pass in. Mr. Julius P. Hersheimer was a great deal younger than either Tommy or Tuppence had pictured him. The girl put him down as 35. He was of middle height and squarely built to match his jaw. His face was pugnacious but pleasant. No one could have mistaken him for anything but an American, though he spoke with very little accent. Get my note. Sit down and tell me right away all you know about my cousin. Your cousin? Sure thing, Jane Finn. Is she your cousin? My father and her mother were brother and sister, explained Mr. Hersheimer meticulously. Oh, cried Tuppence. Then you know where she is? No. Mr. Hersheimer brought down his fist with a bang on the table. I'm darned if I do. Don't you? We advertise to receive information, not to give it, said Tuppence severely. I guess I know that. I can read, but I thought maybe it was her back history you were after, and that you'd know where she was now. Well, we wouldn't mind hearing her back history, said Tuppence guardedly. But Mr. Hersheimer seemed to grow suddenly suspicious. See here, he declared. This isn't Sicily, no demanding ransom or threatening to crop her ears if I refuse. These are the British Isles. So quit the funny business, or I'll just sing out for that beautiful big British policeman I see out there in Piccadilly, Tommy hastened to explain. We haven't kidnapped your cousin. On the contrary, we're trying to find her. We're employed to do so. Mr. Hersheimer leant back in his chair. Put me wise, he said succinctly. Tommy fell in with this demand in so far as he gave him a guarded version of the disappearance of Jane Finn, and of the possibility of her having been mixed up unawares in some political show. He alluded to Tuppence and himself as private inquiry agents commissioned to find her, and added that they would therefore be glad of any details Mr. Hersheimer could give them. That gentleman nodded approval. I guess that's my right. I was just a mite hasty. But London gets my goat. I only know little old New York. Just trot your questions, and I'll answer. For the moment, this paralyzed the young adventurers. But Tuppence, recovering herself, plunged boldly into the breach with a reminiscence culled from detective fiction. When did you last see the Dice, your cousin? I mean, never seen her, responded Mr. Hersheimer. What? Demanded Tommy, astonished. Hersheimer turned to him. No, sir. As I said before, my father and her mother were brother and sister, just as you might be. Tommy did not correct this view of their relationship, but they didn't always get on together. And when my aunt made up her mind to marry Amos Finn, who was a poor schoolteacher out west, my father was just mad sate if he made his pile, as he seemed in a fair way to do. She'd never see a cent of it. Well, the upshot was that Aunt Jane went out west, and we never heard from her again. The old man did pile it up. He went into oil, and he went into steel, and he played a bit with railroads, and I can tell you He made Wall Street sit up. He paused. Then he died. Last fall. And I got the dollars. Well, would you believe it? My conscience got busy, kept knocking me up and saying, "What about your Aunt Jane, way out west?" It worried me some. You see, I figured it out that Amos Finn would never make good. He wasn't the sort. End of it was, I hired a man to hunt her down. Result, she was dead. And Amos Finn was dead. But they'd left a daughter Jane who'd been torpedoed in the Lusitania on her way to Paris. She was saved all right, but they didn't seem able to hear of her over this side. I guess they weren't hustling any, so I thought I'd come along over and speed things up. I phoned Scotland Yard and the Admiralty first thing. The Admiralty rather choked me off, but Scotland Yard were very civil. Said they would make inquiries. Even sent a man round this morning to get her photograph. I'm off to Paris tomorrow, just to see what the prefecture is doing. I guess if I go to and fro hustling them, they ought to get busy. The energy of Mr. Hersheimer was tremendous. They bowed before it. But say now, he ended, you're not after her for anything, contempt of court, or something British. A proud-spirited young American girl might find your rules and regulations in wartime rather irksome and get up against it. If that's the case, and there's such a thing as graft in this country, I'll buy her off. Tuppence reassured him. That's good. Then we can work together. What about some lunch? Shall we have it up here, or go down to the restaurant? Tuppence expressed a preference for the latter, and Julius bowed to her decision. Oysters had just given place to Sol Colbert when a card was brought to Hersheimer. Inspector Japp, C.I.D., Scotland Yard again. Another man this time. What does he expect I can tell him that I didn't tell the first chap? I hope they haven't lost that photograph. That Western photographer's place was burned down and all his negatives destroyed. This is the only copy in existence. I got it from the principal of the college there. An unformulated dread swept over Tuppence. You don't know the name of the man who came this morning. Yes, I do. No, I don't. Half a second? It was on his card. Oh, I know Inspector Brown. Quiet, unassuming sort of chap. Chapter 6. A Plan of Campaign. A veil might with profit be drawn over the events of the next half hour. Suffice it to say that no such person as Inspector Brown was known to Scotland Yard. The photograph of Jane Finn, which would have been sometime of the utmost value to the police in tracing her, was lost beyond recovery. Once again, Mr. Brown had triumphed. The immediate result of this setback was to effect a rapprochement between Julius Hersheimer and the young adventurers. All barriers went down with a crash, and Tommy and Tuppence felt they had known the young American all their lives. They abandoned the discreet reticence of private inquiry agents and revealed to him the whole history of the joint venture, whereat the young man declared himself tickled to death. He turned to Tuppence at the close of the narration. I've always had a kind of idea that English girls were just a mite moss-grown, old-fashioned and sweet, you know, but scared to move round without a footman or a maiden aunt. I guess I'm a bit behind the times. The upshot of these confidential relations was that Tommy and Tuppence took up their abode forthwith at the Ritz, in order, as Tuppence put it, to keep in touch with Jane Finn's only living relation. And put like that, she added confidentially to Tommy, nobody could boggle at the expense. Nobody did, which was the great thing. And now, said the young lady on the morning after their installation, to work. Mr. Beresford put down the Daily Mail, which he was reading, and applauded with somewhat unnecessary vigor. He was politely requested by his colleague not to be an ass. Dash it all, Tommy. We've got to do something for our money. Tommy sighed. Yes, I fear even the dear old government will not support us at the Ritz in idleness forever. Therefore, as I said before, we must do something. Will, said Tommy, picking up the Daily Mail again. Do it. I shan't stop you. You see, continued Tuppence, I've been thinking. She was interrupted by a fresh bout of applause. It's all very well for you to sit there being funny, Tommy. It would do you no harm to do a little brain work, too. My union, Tuppence, my union. It does not permit me to work before 11 a.m. Tommy, do you want something thrown at you? It is absolutely essential that we should without delay map out a plan of campaign. Here, well, let's do it. Tommy laid his paper finally aside. There's something of the simplicity of the truly great mind about you. Tuppence, fire ahead. I'm listening. To begin with, said Tuppence, what have we to go upon? Absolutely nothing, said Tommy cheerily. Wrong. Tuppence wagged an energetic finger. We have two distinct clues. What are they? First clue. We know one of the gang. Whittington? Yes. I'd recognize him anywhere. Said Tommy doubtfully. I don't call that much of a clue. You don't know where to look for him. And it's about 1,000 to 1 against your running against him by accident. I'm not so sure about that, replied Tuppence thoughtfully. I've often noticed that once coincidences start happening, they go on happening in the most extraordinary way. I dare say it's some natural law that we haven't found out. Still, as you say, we can't rely on that. But there are places in London where simply everyone is bound to turn up sooner or later. Piccadilly Circus, for instance. One of my ideas was to take up my stand there every day with a tray of flags. What about meals? Inquired the practical Tommy. How like a man? What does mere food matter? That's all very well. You've just had a thundering good breakfast. No one's got a better appetite than you have. Tuppence. And by tea time, you'd be eating the flags, pins and all. But, honestly, I don't think much of the idea. Whittington mayn't be in London at all. That's true. Anyway, I think clue number 2 is more promising. Let's hear it. It's nothing much. Only a Christian named Rita. Whittington mentioned it that day. Are you proposing a third advertisement? Wanted, female crook, answering to the name of Rita. I am not. I propose to reason in a logical manner. That man, Danvers, was shadowed on the way over, wasn't he? And it's more likely to have been a woman than a man. I don't see that at all. I am absolutely certain that it would be a woman, and a good-looking one, replied Tuppence calmly. On these technical points, I bow to your decision, murmured Mr. Beresford. Now, obviously, this woman, whoever she was saved. How do you make that out? If she wasn't, how would they have known Jane Finn had got the papers? Correct. Proceed. Oh, Sherlock. Now there's just a chance. I admit it's only a chance that this woman may have been Rita. And if so, we've got to hunt through the survivors of the Lusitania till we find her. Then the first thing is to get a list of the survivors. I've got it. I wrote a long list of things I wanted to know and sent it to Mr. Carter. I got his reply this morning. And among other things, it encloses the official statement of those saved from the Lusitania. How's that for clever little Tuppence? Full marks for industry, 0 for modesty. But the great point is there a Rita on the list? That's just what I don't know, confessed Tuppence. Don't know. Yes. Look here. Together, they bent over the list. You see, very few Christian names are given. They're nearly all Mrs. or Miss. Tommy nodded. That complicates matters, he murmured thoughtfully. Tuppence gave her characteristic terrier shake. Well, we've just got to get down to it. That's all. We'll start with the London area. Just note down the addresses of any of the females who live in London or roundabout, while I put on my hat. 5 minutes later, the young couple emerged into Piccadilly, and a few seconds later, a taxi was bearing them to the Laurels. Glendower Road, N7, the residence of Mrs. Edgar Keith, whose name figured first in a list of 7 reposing in Tommy's pocketbook. The Laurels was a dilapidated house, standing back from the road with a few grimy bushes to support the fiction of a front garden. Tommy paid off the taxi and accompanied Tuppence to the front doorbell. As she was about to ring it, he arrested her hand. What are you going to say? What am I going to say? Why, I shall say, oh dear, I don't know. It's very awkward. I thought as much, said Tommy with satisfaction. How like a woman, no foresight. Now just stand aside and see how easily the mere male deals with the situation. He pressed the bell. Tuppence withdrew to a suitable spot. A slatternly-looking servant, with an extremely dirty face and a pair of eyes that did not match, answered the door. Tommy had produced a notebook and pencil. Good morning, he said briskly and cheerfully. From the Hampstead Borough Council, the new voting register. Mrs. Edgar Keith lives here. Does she not? Yas, said the servant. Christian name? Asked Tommy, his pencil poised. Mrs. Eleanor Jane. Eleanor? Spelt Tommy. Any sons or daughters over 21? Now, thank you. Tommy closed the notebook with a brisk snap. Good morning. The servant volunteered her first remark. I thought perhaps as you'd come about the gas, she observed cryptically, and shut the door. Tommy rejoined his accomplice. You see, Tuppence, he observed, child's play to the masculine mind. I don't mind admitting that for once you've scored handsomely. I should never have thought of that. Good wheeze, wasn't it? And we can repeat it ad lib. Lunchtime found the young couple attacking steak and chips in an obscure hostelry with avidity. They had collected a Gladys Mary and a Marjorie, been baffled by one change of address, and had been forced to listen to a long lecture on universal suffrage from a vivacious American lady whose Christian name had proved to be Sadie. Ah, said Tommy, imbibing a long draught of beer. I feel better. Where's the next draw? The notebook lay on the table between them. Tuppence picked it up. Mrs. Vandemeyer, she read, 20 South Audley Mansions. Miss Wheeler, 43 Clappington Road, Battersea. She's a lady's maid, as far as I remember, so probably won't be there. And anyway, she's not likely. Then the Mayfair lady is clearly indicated as the first port of call. Tommy, I'm getting discouraged. Buck up, old bean. We always knew it was an outside chance. But anyway, we're only starting. If we draw a blank in London, there's a fine tour of England, Ireland, and Scotland before us. True, said Tuppence, her flagging spirits reviving. And all expenses paid. But, oh, Tommy, I do like things to happen quickly. So far, adventure has succeeded adventure, but this morning has been dull. As dull. You must stifle this longing for vulgar sensation. Tuppence, remember that if Mr. Brown is all he is reported to be, it's a wonder that he has not ere now done us to death. That's a good sentence. Quite a literary flavor about it. You're really more conceited than I am, with less excuse ahem. But it certainly is queer that Mr. Brown has not yet wreaked vengeance upon us. You see, I can do it too. We pass on our way unscathed. Perhaps he doesn't think us worth bothering about, suggested the young man simply. Tuppence received the remark with great disfavor. How horrid you are, Tommy, just as though we didn't count. Sorry, Tuppence. What I meant was that we work like moles in the dark, and that he has no suspicion of our nefarious schemes. Ha ha ha! Ha ha! Echoed Tuppence approvingly. As she rose, South Audley Mansions was an imposing-looking block of flats just off Park Lane. No. 20 was on the second floor. Tommy had by this time the glibness born of practice. He rattled off the formula to the elderly woman, looking more like a housekeeper than a servant, who opened the door to him. Christian name, Margaret. Tommy spelt it. But the other interrupted him. No, Gooey. Oh, Marguerite, French way. I see. He paused, then plunged boldly. We had her down as Rita Vandermeyer, but I suppose that's correct. She's mostly called that, sir, but Marguerite's her name. Thank you, that's all. Good morning. Hardly able to contain his excitement, Tommy hurried down the stairs. Tuppence was waiting at the angle of the turn. You heard, yes? Oh, Tommy. Tommy squeezed her arm sympathetically. I know. Old thing. I feel the same. It's so lovely to think of things, and then for them really to happen, cried Tuppence enthusiastically. Her hand was still in Tommy's. They had reached the entrance hall. There were footsteps on the stairs above them, and voices. Suddenly, to Tommy's complete surprise, Tuppence dragged him into the little space by the side of the lift where the shadow was deepest. What the? Hush! Two men came down the stairs and passed out through the entrance. Tuppence's hand closed tighter on Tommy's arm. Quick, follow them. I daren't. He might recognize me. I don't know who the other man is, but the bigger of the two was Whittington. Chapter 7. You said her name. Now you have to pay for it. You should have seen it coming. The silence after the photograph disappeared wasn't just quiet. It was engineered. The three of you, Tuppence, Tommy, and Julius, sat there in the Ritz suite, surrounded by cigarette smoke and empty saucers, thinking you were ahead of the game. But something had shifted. You could feel it in the way the shadows in the corners of the room felt thicker, in the way Julius stopped talking so fast, in the way Tuppence bit her lower lip but didn't make a joke to break the tension. Her name had been spoken too many times. Jane Finn. And now she was missing twice, once in the past, from a boat full of corpses and secrets. And now, from the future you thought you could control. You walked Tuppence back to her room in the West Wing. She's humming something tuneless under her breath. That usually means she's scared. She's trying not to be. Before she closes the door behind her, she looks at you once, just once, with eyes that say, if I disappear, follow the sound of the lie. You don't sleep that night. By 7 a.m., she's gone. The Ritz says she left early, without luggage. No one saw who she left with. No one remembers what she was wearing. Julius swears he was up, drinking American coffee and rereading telegrams, but he didn't hear a thing. You check every place she might go, the gallery, the post office, even lions where this mess began. No sign. Your gut says this isn't a prank. This isn't Tuppence playing a long game. Someone has moved the pieces, and they've taken the queen off the board. You find it that evening, an envelope, slid under the door of your hotel room like an afterthought. No address, no stamp, no signature, but the handwriting is hers. Or is it? Don't follow me. He knows about you. He says if I speak your name again, he'll send you a finger. Jane. It doesn't say Jane. Doesn't say Tuppence. Just the letter J. Julius reads it 3 times and says nothing. Finally, you ask, do you think it's her? He doesn't blink. I think someone wants us to believe it is. You check the postmark. There isn't one. But the envelope smells faintly of perfume. You've smelled it before, at Estonia Glassware Co., in the office with Mr. Whittington, in the room where she said the name Jane Finn for the first time. You stare at your reflection in the hotel mirror. You look tired, older, stupid. They knew from the start. You weren't hunting Jane Finn. They were hunting you. Chapter 8. She left in silence. But the silence was too clean. You retrace the day minute by minute. You speak to hotel staff with polite desperation. No one saw Tuppence leave. No one saw who she left with. The man at the lift says she smiled at him, but he can't describe her clothes. The porter says he thought she was still upstairs. That's how good they are. They didn't just take her, they erased her. At first, you don't trust Julius. He's too composed, too American, too slick with his words. When you ask about that telegram he received the night before she vanished, he brushes it off. Nothing. Market business. But you saw the way his jaw tightened, the way he folded the paper twice, too slowly. You wait until he's out and ransack the wastebasket in his room. Beneath a page of stock prices and a torn note from a cafe in Bloomsbury, you find a scrap of cable paper. Finn is not who you think she is. Cleveland contact burned. Wait. That's all. No name. No date. But it's not from London. They're watching him too. You go to the one person who might still have answers. Carter. But when you reach Carshalton Terrace, the maid who once let you in now answers with a locked stare. Mr. Carter no longer stays here. You must have the wrong house. You insist. She closes the door slowly, as if rehearsed. Later that night, you see a man standing on the opposite pavement, tall, bowler hat, gloved hands. He lights a cigarette, but doesn't smoke. He's not there to breathe. He's there to be seen. A message. Back in your room at the Ritz. You almost miss it. The envelope is wedged between 2 pages of a book. Tuppence had been reading, a trashy thriller about spies and ciphers. You'd never touched it before, but it's there now, faintly pressed between pages 94 and 95. This time, it's her handwriting. Or is it the man with the limp? Trust him. He knows where I am. He doesn't know he knows. Below it, a symbol, a circle split by a single vertical line. You've seen it before. Painted on the back wall of Estonia Glassware's office. Scribbled onto the margin of Whittington's ledger. You didn't think much of it then. Now you know better. You walk Piccadilly for hours that night. At one point, you feel someone behind you. When you turn, there's nothing, but the smell is there again. Not perfume, not smoke. Glass polish, old paper, and just a trace of blood. Chapter 9. He walked with a limp, but the past dragged behind him louder. You wake with the sense that someone's already spoken your name. But the room is still. The city is still. Only your thoughts make noise now. You stare at the message again. The man with the limp. Trust him. He knows where I am. He doesn't know he knows. It feels like something Tuppence would write. But it's too clean. Too void of her chaos. The handwriting is hers. The cadence is hers. But the fear is manufactured. You start with the symbol. The circle split by a vertical line. You've seen it 3 times now. Once in Whittington's office. Once scratched into the underside of a cafe table in Shoreditch. And now, hidden between pages of pulp fiction. It isn't a company mark. It isn't a code. It's a map. You realize. A stylized compass. North and south divided. And just like that, you're out the door. The library is in Chancery Lane, half-shuttered and thick with dust. It used to be a legal archive. Now it's a forgotten repository of obsolete truth. No one's supposed to be there, but you are, and so is he. You hear him before you see him. A dragging sound. Leather on stone. The limp. He's old, thin, too neat for a homeless man. Too worn for a clerk. He's moving books from one shelf to another. Carefully, like they matter. You step forward, slowly. He stops, doesn't turn. You're late, he says. You freeze. I didn't have an appointment. Now he turns, slowly. His eyes are the color of dust. One hand shakes. The other holds a bookmark with the same symbol circle. Line. You're not from the ministry, he says. You shake your head. Then you'd better make this quick. You show him the note. He studies it, then sighs. She's not the first to use my limp to find a way out, he murmurs. But I've stopped opening doors for ghosts. You lean in. I'm not here for ghosts. I'm here for Tuppence Cowley. The name stops him cold. He drops the bookmark. It flutters to the floor like a dead leaf. You don't understand, he says, almost softly. There are 2 Jane Finns. There have always been 2. You don't answer. You can't, because that sentence just changed the rules. He drags himself to a filing cabinet. He pulls out an envelope. It's brittle with age, yellowed at the edges. On the front, delivered to Jane Finn. Subject B, return if unopened. D, you open it. Inside, a photograph. And it's her, Tuppence, hair longer, smile fainter, but it's her. Or someone made to look like her. You look up, heart pounding, but the man is gone. You search the aisles. You call out. You even check the street. Nothing. Only the faint sound of shuffling paper deep in the shelves. And then your phone rings. It's not a number you recognize. You answer, a voice low and cold. Do not open the second envelope, or we will bury you beside her memory. The line goes dead. You look down. There's another envelope in your coat pocket. You didn't put it there. You're not sure you want to open it, but you will because you're out of time. And the truth, whatever it is already bleeding through the seams. Chapter 10. The second envelope didn't lie, but it didn't tell the truth either. You hesitate for 10 seconds. Then you open it. The second envelope is thicker. It smells faintly of must and antiseptic, a relic from somewhere too clean to be honest. Inside, a sheet of waxy paper, a list of names, birth dates, passport numbers, a single headline, Project Jane active subjects 1915-1920. You read the names. Jane Finn, B. Jane Finn, G. Jane Finn, J. Jane Finn, X. Beside each entry, a nationality, a physical description, a set of dates. Some are crossed out with thick red ink. You don't know what scares you more, that someone created this, or that you recognize one of the descriptions. Oh, subject J, Anglo-American accent, trained at Pensionnat Colombier, 5'4", gray eyes, scar under right knee, responds to alias Tuppence. You stare, it's her, or it isn't. Your hand trembles. You flip the page. There's a photograph stapled to the back. It's Tuppence, but younger, eyes duller, hair wrong. Something's off. A shadow is visible just behind her shoulder, a blurred man in a white coat. There's handwriting beneath the photo. Retention. Successful. Subject still believes herself independent. Monitor for deviation. You stop breathing. The world tilts slightly. You sit down. You count to 5. You still don't believe it. You know her? You've known her for years. You were in hospital together. She mocked your hair. You taught her poker. Then the phone rings again. This time, you don't answer. You let it ring. Instead, you slide the envelope into your coat and walk. By nightfall, you're standing outside Margot Dean's apartment, staring at a rusted nameplate and wondering whether she still remembers what truth sounds like. You knock. The door opens a crack. A face appears, half in shadow, half in whiskey breath. You, the boy who's been asking about Jane. You nod. Then you're already too late. She lets you in anyway. The flat is dim, lit only by a crooked lamp and the flicker of a gas stove. She moves like someone who has lost the habit of walking in daylight. She offers you tea. You decline. She lights a cigarette, stares at the smoke, then begins. Danvers came to me in 15. Wanted to tell the real story. Said he didn't trust Carter. Didn't trust the Americans either. Said the document wasn't what they thought. It wasn't just political. It was experimental. Something about mind retention, identity disruption, and deep cover deployments. Said he gave it to a girl on the ship. Yes, but she wasn't innocent. She volunteered. She asked to forget. A clean mind, a planted memory, a new self. Jane Finn wasn't her name. It was the name she became. You don't speak, You can't? Margot blows smoke toward the ceiling. I asked him once what her real name was. She pauses. He said he'd burned it. You leave at midnight. London smells like cold steel in memory. You think about Tuppence. You think about the photo. You think about the space behind her eyes. The one she never let you see. Then you remember something else. That day at the Ritz, when she said, if I disappear, follow the sound of the lie. You hear it now, and it sounds like your own voice saying, she's Tuppence. She's always been Tuppence. Chapter 11. She left a journal and a burn mark where her name should be. You see the smoke before you hear the sirens. It's not loud. It's not urgent. It's controlled. Margot Dean's flat is on fire. At least that's what they'll write in the report. Faulty wiring. You don't buy it. You run. But by the time you reach the top floor, it's already ash. The door's been kicked in. There's no furniture, no shelves, just soot, heat, silence. You cough once, twice, then cover your mouth and duck into the corner of what was once her study. There, behind the radiator, charred but not gone, is a notebook. Small, oil-stained, buckled from heat. You open it carefully. The first 10 pages are melted. The rest, barely legible. But the last entry stands out, written in red pencil, the kind journalists use when the facts get dangerous. Her name was never Tuppence. Not to them, not even to herself. And just below it, a line you've seen once before, scratched on the back of the envelope. She knew too much, and still didn't know who she was. You sit down on the burnt floor. Your legs give way. You've followed the story this far, thinking it was about Jane Finn, but it's not. It's about memory, control, and the way a person can be erased while still breathing. You take the journal and leave, pocketing it like a weapon. The cold outside bites harder now, not because of the air, but because someone else is watching. Across the street, same bowler hat, same gloved hands, same silence. But this time, he moves, not away. Toward you, you walk, he follows. You turn, he vanishes. You run, he's in front of you. Finally, you duck into a side alley behind a shuttered pharmacy. You catch your breath, count to 3. Then, a voice behind you. The past doesn't belong to you anymore. You spin around. No one there. Just a folded note tucked into the broken bricks of the wall. You open it. There's an address, a time, and one sentence she asked to forget, but someone remembered for her. The address is in Camden Town. You recognize it instantly. Pensionnat Colombier. The same name Whittington once spoke. The same place he wanted Jane Finn to disappear into. Except now you know that wasn't a school. It was a reset factory. You have one lead left, a name Margot mentioned, scribbled in the corner of a scorched index card in her desk. Dr. Aldous Rendell, Chief Psychological Officer. Ministry of Internal Evaluation, 1915-1918. Rumor has it he disappeared. Others say he was hidden by the same people he once served. You find him listed under an assumed name at a private sanatorium outside London. The receptionist tells you he hasn't spoken in 3 years, but when you slip the note under his door with the name Jane Finn written in large red ink, he screams. Chapter 12. He forgot everything, except the one name that wouldn't let go. You return that night. The sanatorium sleeps behind heavy curtains and passive pills. You sneak past a nurse listening to a wireless set turned low, humming to Vera Lynn. Rendell's room is at the end of the north wing. Room 211. No lock. Just silence. You open the door. The man inside is pale, hollow, and trembling like something that used to be human, but got overwritten. But his eyes are awake now, and they're waiting for you. He doesn't speak. He points to a small bedside drawer. You open it. Inside, a cloth-bound journal. Blue ink, neat cursive. The last entry is scrawled in fevered hand. She remembered. She shouldn't have remembered. You turn to him. Who was she? His voice rasps like an old phonograph. They called her Jane Finn, but we called her Nemots Subject 3. His fingers twitch. He holds up 3 more. 3? There were 3 of them. Only one survived integration. Integration, you ask. Implant, transplant, override. Call it what you like. His face contorts. You can't put a fire inside someone and expect them not to burn. You sit down, and the real Jane Finn, dead, before the Lusitania sank. Shot in the stomach in France? A mistake. She was just useful afterward. The room grows colder. He presses something into your hand, a metal tag, worn, stamped with a serial code MNM03CW. CW, you ask. He doesn't answer. But you know what it means. Cowley. Tuppence's real last name. You leave before the nurse returns. Your hands are shaking. You want to believe this is a lie, a deep cover hallucination, but you're running out of lies to hide behind. Outside, the wind howls like something ancient. Yaichon. You walk back toward the station through dim alleys. Halfway there, the world tilts. Footsteps behind you, fast, precise. You turn, nothing. But you feel it. The air thickens. You cut down an alley. Wrong choice. The first punch is silent. A thud to your ribs. You stumble into garbage cans. Then another. Your shoulder. Your mouth fills with blood. A third figure steps out from the dark. He doesn't hit. He just speaks. You're remembering too much. He kneels beside you. Gloved hands pat your pockets. They find the tag. He holds it up to your face, like a cross to a sinner, then slips it into his coat. He leans in. His voice is too calm. She doesn't know what she is. Don't make her find out. Then darkness. You wake in the gutter 2 hours later, alone, broken, breathing, but something's still in your hand. The journal, not taken, and scrawled on the back in pencil. You only forget what they let you forget. Go to room 108 Camden Town. Knock 4 times. Say memory is a weapon. You spit blood onto the cobblestones. You smile. You're not done. Chapter 13. Memory is a weapon, and you just pulled the trigger. The building at 108 Camden High Street is nondescript. Gray, boarded windows. A metal door that hums like it still remembers electricity. You knock 4 times. Nothing. Then again, 4 knocks. The rhythm is everything. A pause. The door opens 2 inches. A slit of yellow light. A smell of bleach and dust. A voice, flat. Password. You answer. Memory is a weapon. The door opens. You step inside. The man who lets you in says nothing, just points. Down a hall, lined with forgotten names. Photographs with the eyes burned out. Medical diagrams. Redacted reports with titles like Subject Drift in Nemo's Trials, 004-010, Emotive Leakage during Personality Rewrite Case, J.F., Contamination and Myth-Making. You pass a locked room marked Archive Disinformation and Retention Level 2 Clearance Only. You want to stop, but you're led to a room at the end. Room 108. It's cold inside. Bright with bad lighting. The man leaves, locking you in from the outside. You're alone. No chairs, no window, just one steel desk and a single reel-to-reel tape recorder. Already spinning. You sit on the floor. The tape clicks and a voice begins. Male, British, mid-40s, calm. This is Dr. Aldous Rendell. In the event of compromise or total collapse of Menemo's Tier 1 assets, this message is to be played to authorized personnel only. You lean in. Subject 3, codename Jane Finn. Civilian name Prudence Cowley. Voluntary candidate for retention overwrite, 1915. Reason psychological trauma after nursing station shelling. Mesopotamian front. Multiple family casualties. Subject requested personality suppression and deployment in a clean operational role. You freeze! The voice continues. Result successful. Overwrite. Partial identity drift observed after year 2. Subject developed false autonomy reflex under alias Tuppence. Emotional bonding with fellow subject, Thomas Beresford, unsanctioned. Recommendation. Terminate or recontain. If memory breach exceeds 80% threshold, you shut your eyes. You want to unhear it. But it's too late. She chose this. And she forgot she chose it. The recorder clicks again. New voice. Younger. Feminine. It's her. Tuppence. If you're hearing this, then someone's found out. Maybe me, maybe you. I don't know what I am. I remember things I shouldn't. I dream in someone else's voice. I look in the mirror and wait for her to blink before I do. Silence. Then a whisper. Don't let them fix me again. The tape ends. You sit there for a long time. When the door finally opens, no one is there. Only a file on the floor, marked Final Access Operative, F. Prudence Cowley. Inside, passport, original birth certificate, her handwriting, signed P. C. Seems Captain. A photo of the real Jane Finn. Dated 1914, and one sentence, typed and underlined. Operative EF is the only one who made them afraid. Chapter 14. She looked like her. She smiled like her. But she wasn't waiting for you. The train to the coast is slow. You sit in silence. The file in your coat feels heavier than paper should. It's not just facts anymore. It's permission. Or maybe it's betrayal. The facility is marked discreetly. Marnham Institute, Convalescence, and Cognitive Renewal. It used to be a spa. Now it's something colder, cleaner, more permanent. The receptionist is polite. She tells you with a blank voice that you're here to see Miss Finn. That name still works here. You follow her down a long corridor, past white rooms with wide windows and patients who stare at clouds like they're waiting for instructions. And then you see her sitting by the window, a book in her lap. Hair pinned back neatly, a pale blue sweater, her face soft, almost glowing. Tuppence, but not. You step forward. She looks up, smiles. But it's not her smile. It's the kind of smile you give a polite stranger. Not someone who once dared you to rob a spy. Hello, she says calmly. Are you here for the afternoon lecture? You freeze. No. You say quietly, I'm here for you. She tilts her head. I'm sorry. Have we met? It feels like being shot slowly through the heart. You reach into your coat, take out the photo. The real one. Her. Laughing. Wind in her hair. The girl who once drank champagne from a teacup and quoted Marxist poetry ironically. You hold it up. Do you remember this? She leans forward. Eyes scan it. Something flickers, then vanishes. She shakes her head. No, I'm sorry. She looks very kind. You swallow. Hard. She is your... You stop yourself. Don't say her name. The warning from the call pounds in your skull. If you call her by her name, you might kill what's left. Aki Shalal. So you sit down across from her, silence, until she speaks again. Very gently. I don't remember who I was, but sometimes I dream in second person. Like someone's telling me what I'm doing. Like I'm being written. You don't know whether to laugh or cry. That night, you don't leave. You stay in the guest wing. You watch her through the glass. She eats politely, reads slowly, smiles often. She's content. You hate it because it's not real. At 2 a.m., someone knocks at your door. You open it. It's not her. It's a nurse, but in her hand is an envelope. No markings. Inside, a strip of film. A printed image. You hold it up to the light. It's Tuppence, your Tuppence, in the hallway from earlier today. Except she's looking directly into the security camera, dead in the center of frame, and her mouth is forming two words. You don't hear it. You just read the lips. Help me. Chapter 15. They made two of her. One forgot. One refused. You wait until 3:17. And that's when the corridor cameras cycle offline for 12 seconds, enough time to slip past the nurse's station and into the West Wing. The wing isn't on the brochure. It isn't on any public map. But it exists. Behind a keypad door, marked simply Cognitive Conflict Wing 2B. You use the code written in pencil on the envelope you were given. 303. Her birthday. The lock clicks open. Inside silence. Rows of doors. Numbered. Reinforced. Some occupied. Some not. You find hers at the end. Room 212. There's no window. Just a small observation slit. You look inside, and she's there. Hair messy. Wrists bruised. Eyes wide wild, not blank like the one in the day room. She sees you, and she doesn't smile. She doesn't blink. She just mouths one word. Run! You open the door. The alarm doesn't trigger, which terrifies you more. She stares at you, then whispers, "You shouldn't have come. I had to." You say, "They've replaced you." She flinches. "They didn't replace me. They split me." You step closer. She doesn't move. They think if one of us forgets, the other will collapse. That memories are a shared wound, and if you stitch one side, the bleeding stops. She smiles, but it's broken. They were wrong. You hand her the photo. The one of her before this all began. She touches it, closes her eyes. Then, do you know the worst part? It's not the forgetting. It's watching the other me smile through it. You nod. I've seen her. She thinks she's free, but she's just framed differently. Suddenly, the lights flicker. She grabs your hand. Fast, tight, no time. They won't let me talk long. They'll reset her again soon. But I left it somewhere. A backup. The original file. I remember just enough. Where? She presses something into your palm. A locker key. Rusted. Number 19. Phone. Unshinki. Waterloo Station. Left luggage. Inside is everything they tried to burn. My name. The Danvers file. And what Mr. Brown really is. She leans in. Eyes wild. Find it before they make me whole again. And if they do, don't believe anything I say. You squeeze her hand. I'll come back for you. She lets go. I won't be me by then. As you exit the room, the hallway lights shut off one by one. You don't run. You walk fast, like someone who knows the walls are listening. Back in your room, the day room version of her is gone. Reassigned, they say. You don't ask where. You just board the first train to Waterloo. The key burns in your pocket, and you know now, this isn't about saving her memory anymore. It's about saving what she died to remember. Chapter 16. The locker held the truth. But he was already waiting for you. You arrive at Waterloo Station just past dawn. The platforms are nearly empty. Only the tired, the lost, and the watchers remain. You find the lockers buried beneath a staircase in a disused corridor. The tiles are yellowed. The lights flicker. Locker 1914 is near the back. The key slides in smoothly. Too smoothly. You hesitate, then open it. Inside, a worn leather satchel. No explosives, no alarms, just papers and a tape. You unzip the satchel on the floor beside you. Behind a bench, first a document stamped Top Secret, Project Finn. Second, a letter from Danvers, dated May 5th, 1915, the day before the Lusitania sailed. She volunteered, not because she believed in the mission, but because she believed she had nothing left to forget. Third, a photo, not of Jane Finn, not of Tuppence, of Mr. Brown. And you recognize the face? You've seen it before. More than once. He blends in, always in the background. The man in the Estonia office. The clerk, polite, forgettable, always holding the door, always there. You flip the photo over, one line. The perfect disguise is someone no one remembers. Your heart hammers. Yes. You slide the documents back into the satchel. Then you hear it. Yeah, such a voice behind you, too calm, too close, looking for ghosts. Mr. Beresford. You turn, and he's there. The clerk, Mr. Brown. No mask, no gun, just a leather-gloved smile. He steps forward, hands behind his back. Careful. He says, you might misunderstand what you found. You stand, clutch the satchel tighter. I know who you are now. He chuckles. Kimaz. No, you know what I look like. That's different. He tilts his head. You think I'm the villain. But I'm the one who preserved her. You grit your teeth. You split her. I kept her alive. He takes another step. You want her back. The version that swore too much and drank too fast and broke rules because she believed people mattered. He smiles. But that version died the moment she remembered what we made her do. Silence. He lowers his voice. Walk away, Mr. Beresford. Keep the file. Bury it. Let her sleep. You're not the story here. You look at the satchel, then at him, and you say, that's the thing about memory. Once it's awake, it doesn't go back to sleep. Then you run. He doesn't follow. He doesn't need to, because by the time you reach the street, you know he let you go, which means he's already rewritten the ending. That night, you listen to the tape. It's her voice. If you're hearing this, I don't know who I am anymore. But if you still do, don't stop looking, because if you find me, maybe I'll find myself again too. Silence. Then her final words, whispered like a scar. They called it a project. But it was always a grave. Chapter 17. He let you go because he's already erased the witnesses. You don't sleep that night. You copy every page of the Project Finn file. Digitize the Danvers letter. Duplicate the photograph of Mr. Brown 6 times. By morning, you've mailed 5 packages. One goes to Margot's old newspaper. Another to an independent MP known for being too curious. A third to a journalist named Lisbeth Haney, exiled to podcasting after trying to investigate British counterintelligence. The rest go to safe houses, just in case. You keep 1 copy with you, but by noon, 2 packages are returned. Recipient no longer at this address. By 3 points, you call Lisbeth. No answer. At 4:22 M, her name starts trending. Freelance reporter disappears from London flat. Police say no foul play. No one mentions the packages. No one mentions the file. You sit at the edge of the Thames, staring at the waves. You thought information would be enough, but Mr. Brown doesn't erase files. He erases belief. That evening, a station porter at Victoria flags you down. He holds a paper-wrapped envelope. No name. Just said to give it to the man with the tired eyes. You open it slowly. Inside, a photograph. Old, torn, you and Tuppence, the real one outside Lyons. Years ago. She's laughing. You're mid-sentence, caught in motion. A red X crosses her face. And under it, 1 sentence. One of them forgets. The other must die. You flip the photo. On the back, a train number. A time. Tonight. 11:44. No explanation. You don't call the police. You don't call Carter. They'd either hang up or already know. Instead, you go to the station, platform 6, 11:44 p.m. You see her, Tuppence, not the one who stared blankly in the recovery wing. This one runs, hair messy, jacket torn, blood on her sleeve. She sees you, and for 1 second, just one, you're sure she knows you. Tommy, you exhale. Then the world explodes. A flash. A sound like thunder cracking inside a locked box. Screams, steam, dust, shattered glass. You crawl through twisted steel, blood on your temple, and you see her again, both of them. Two women, identical, one dazed, one defiant, and Mr. Brown standing between them. He looks at you, calm, smiling. Then he says, choose. Chapter 18. They asked you to choose. But the decision was already programmed. The platform is wrecked. Flames flicker across the shattered glass roof. Sirens scream in the distance. But here, between the tracks, it's just the four of you. You, Mr. Brown, and the two Tuppences. One is bloody and breathing hard, eyes sharp like broken mirrors. The other is calm, still lips parted slightly, as if waiting for a script to load. Brown steps back. I'm feeling generous. Percy Beresford. You get to decide which memory survives. You stare. You split her. I preserved her. Don't mistake redundancy for cruelty. He gestures toward the calm one. This version believes she's free. She smiles, sleeps, never screams at night. The other he points at the wild one she knows, and knowing breaks things. The wild one your Tuppence doesn't wait. She shouts, don't listen. He doesn't want you to choose. He wants you to blame yourself afterwards. You turn to Brown. Why now? Why me? He shrugs. Because you remember her before we made her forget. Before she volunteered. She didn't volunteer. You spit. He sighs. Everyone volunteers eventually. Grief has a signature. We just helped her edit the ending. The calm Tuppence speaks. I say, I don't want to fight. I just want peace. Your Tuppence replies, peace without memory isn't peace. It's sedation. They stare at each other, like mirrors misaligned. You say nothing. Because, what do you say? How do you choose between the woman you loved and the woman who no longer remembers you, but could survive? Mr. Brown steps closer. He hands you something, a tablet, preloaded, 2 profiles, each marked overwrite, confirm, erase. Whoever you don't select disappears. A clean system reinstallation. No backups. No bleed. You stare at the screen. You ask the only question that matters. What happens if I don't choose? Brown smiles. Then we choose for you. And we pick the quiet one. Your Tuppence looks at you. No fear, just defiance. I'd rather burn with truth than live in a lie. Your hand shakes. You move toward the screen. You press, but stop. A glint catches your eye. Her necklace. The one you gave her in Vienna. The one she told you she lost. And only your Tuppence ever lied about losing something to protect someone. You spin, swing the tablet into Brown's face. It cracks. He drops. Chaos. Your Tuppence grabs the calm one's hand. They run together. No more choosing. Because they both deserve to live, even if broken. But behind you, Brown rises, bleeding, smiling. Running won't save her now, Then he whispers, she's not the only copy we made. Chapter 19. The last archive lives inside one of them, but only one can carry it. You flee through the underground rails. Smoke follows. Brown doesn't chase. He doesn't need to, because somewhere in your coat is the last piece he wants to bury. A slip of paper with one line scrawled by Danvers himself. C-O-R-E, Safe Point Beacon Hill. Below the 6th rail, Key Vienna. You find it in the dark, an old Mnemos relay station abandoned, but humming beneath the world like something undead. It's not a room, it's a chamber. Steel. Cold. Full of servers that blink like they remember screaming. In the center, a core unit cylindrical, sealed with biometric lock. Tuppence, the real one, places her palm on the reader. The light turns green. Inside is not just code. It's memory, audio logs, video segments, neural maps. The original personality imprint. Hers before the overwrite. Before the forgetting. You boot up the terminal, and then the message appears. Select host memory shell to reintegrate archive. As dried out. You stare at the screen. 2 profiles. Both Tuppence, identical genetically. But only one can hold the full core. The other will collapse. You whisper. No, the system waits. 10 minutes before Mnemos global purge begins. Brown has triggered it. If no reintegration is done before the countdown ends, everything will be erased. They stand beside you. One calm, one defiant. Both real. Both partial. Your Tuppence speaks. Don't decide this time. Let me. She looks at the other, her still quiet, still confused. Then at you. If I carry it, I might not come back. I'll have to hold everything. The deaths, the lies, the part where I became a project, not a person. You step forward. I can find another way. But she shakes her head. There isn't one. This is the cost. And I'd rather pay it than vanish as someone else's version of peace. She kisses your cheek, then places her hand on the panel again. Run the core. The machine pulses. She gasps. Eyes flutter. Body shakes. The other Tuppence steps back, then collapses, her code overwritten, gently, painlessly. You catch the real one as she falls to her knees. She looks up at you, and for the first time, I remember everything. And then the purge hits, files vanish across Europe. Data burns in seconds. But inside this room, sealed in her head, the archive lives. She is the truth now. And you're the only one who knows she's still her. Then the alarm sounds again. Someone's coming. Not Brown. Worse. His replacement. Chapter 20. She remembered everything, so they erased her from the world. They come at dawn. No insignia. No faces. Not even orders. Just a silence that means clean up. You and Tuppence stand inside the relay station, surrounded by dying code and cooling metal. She breathes differently now. Amounts. Measured, grounded. She's carrying an archive built to outlast nations. You both know what that means. You need to go, she says. No, you say, simple, like love spoken after war. But she's already pulling wires. She's setting charges. Brown's gone. She says, but they'll reboot him. Or someone worse. Data doesn't need a soul, just a face. You ask, then what are we doing? She looks at you, ending the possibility, the backup core. She's holding it in a burn drive, analog, no cloud, no trace. She presses it into your hand. Get to the river, throw it. Don't keep it. Don't hide it. Erase me properly. You shake your head. I just got you back. She smiles. Then lose me for the right reason. Gunfire starts upstairs. The relay station shudders. She kisses you. No urgency, just memory. If they find me again, they'll try to rebuild the archive. Through me. Through you. She pulls the trigger. The countdown begins. Madassa. You run. Through the sewers, through the city waking into sirens, through the lie that maybe, just maybe, she'll be behind you. You reach the Thames. So you so subdi se you are a rasaso wabagi imahai sa seki na. It's gray, ugly, real. You hold the drive. You whisper her name, and you throw it as far as your soul will let you. No one claps. No music swells. Just the sound of memory. Drowning. 1 week later, you get a letter. No return address. First card, Troy Trouble Hotel. No signature. Inside a photo. A park bench in Prague. A woman with a red scarf. Reading a book. And one line in her handwriting. If you're reading this, the version of me that remembers is gone. But maybe that's what survival really is. Memory. Spread out across those who refuse to forget. You smile, then burn the letter, because some things don't belong in files. Some things only stay safe inside the heart of the one person who still believes they happened. Chapter 21. Tommy makes a discovery. For a moment or two, they stood staring at each other stupidly, dazed with the shock. Somehow, inexplicably, Mr. Brown had forestalled them. Tommy accepted defeat quietly. Not so Julius. How in tarnation did he get ahead of us? That's what beats me. He ended up. Tommy shook his head and said dully, "It accounts for the stitches being new. We might have guessed. Never mind the darn stitches. How did he get ahead of us? We hustled all we knew. It's downright impossible for anyone to get here quicker than we did. And, anyway, how did he know? Do you reckon there was a dictaphone in Jane's room? I guess there must have been." But Tommy's common sense pointed out objections. No one could have known beforehand that she was going to be in that house, much less that particular room. "That's so," admitted Julius. Then one of the nurses was a crook and listened at the door. "How's that?" "I don't see that it matters anyway," said Tommy wearily. "He may have found out some months ago and removed the papers. Then, no, by Jove, that won't wash. They'd have been published at once. Sure thing they would. No, someone's got ahead of us today by an hour or so. But how they did it gets my goat. I wish that chap Peel Edgerton had been with us," said Tommy thoughtfully. "Why?" Julius stared. "The mischief was done when we came." Yes, Tommy hesitated. He could not explain his own feeling. The illogical idea that the chip's presence would somehow have averted the catastrophe. He reverted to his former point of view. It's no good arguing about how it was done. The game's up. We've failed. There's only one thing for me to do. What's that? Get back to London as soon as possible. Mr. Carter must be warned. It's only a matter of hours now before the blow falls. But, at any rate, he ought to know the worst. The duty was an unpleasant one, but Tommy had no intention of shirking it. He must report his failure to Mr. Carter. After that, his work was done. He took the midnight mail to London. Julius elected to stay the night at Holyhead. Half an hour after arrival, haggard and pale, Tommy stood before his chief. "I've come to report, sir. I've failed badly." Mr. Carter eyed him sharply. "You mean that the treaty is in the hands of Mr. Brown, sir?" "Ah," said Mr. Carter quietly. The expression on his face did not change, but Tommy caught the flicker of despair in his eyes. It convinced him, as nothing else had done, that the outlook was hopeless. "Well," said Mr. Carter, after a minute or two, "we mustn't sag at the knees. I suppose. I'm glad to know definitely. We must do what we can." Through Tommy's mind flashed the assurance, "It's hopeless, and he knows it's hopeless." The other looked up at him. "Don't take it to heart, lad," he said kindly. "You did your best. You were up against one of the biggest brains of the century, and you came very near success. Remember that." "Thank you, sir. It's awfully decent of you. I blame myself. I have been blaming myself ever since I heard this other news." Something in his tone attracted Tommy's attention. A new fear gripped at his heart. "Is there something more, sir?" "I'm afraid so," said Mr. Carter gravely. He stretched out his hand to a sheet on the table. "Tuppence?" faltered Tommy. "Read for yourself." The typewritten words danced before his eyes. The description of a green toque, a coat with a handkerchief in the pocket marked P.L.C. He looked an agonized question at Mr. Carter. The latter replied to it, "Washed up on the Yorkshire coast near Ebury." "I'm afraid it looks very much like foul play." "My God!" gasped Tommy. "Tuppence, those devils, I'll never rest till I've got even with them. I'll hunt them down. The pity on Mr. Carter's face stopped him. "I know what you feel like, my poor boy. But it's no good. You'll waste your strength uselessly. It may sound harsh, but my advice to you is, cut your losses. Time's merciful. You'll forget. Forget Tuppence never." Mr. Carter shook his head. "So you think now. Well, it won't bear thinking of. That brave little girl. I'm sorry about the whole business. Confoundedly sorry." Tommy came to himself with a start. "I'm taking up your time, sir," he said with an effort. "There's no need for you to blame yourself. I dare say we were a couple of young fools to take on such a job. You warned us all right. But I wish to God I'd been the one to get it in the neck. Goodbye, sir." Back at the Ritz, Tommy packed up his few belongings mechanically, his thoughts far away. He was still bewildered by the introduction of tragedy into his cheerful, commonplace existence. What fun they had had together, he and Tuppence. And now, oh, he couldn't believe it. It couldn't be true. Tuppence dead. Little Tuppence, brimming over with life. It was a dream, a horrible dream. Nothing more. They brought him a note, a few words of sympathy from Peel Edgerton, who had read the news in the paper. There had been a large headline, XVAD. Feared drowned. The letter ended with the offer of a post on a ranch in Argentine, where Sir James had considerable interests. "Kind old beggar," muttered Tommy as he flung it aside. The door opened, and Julius burst in with his usual violence. He held an open newspaper in his hand. "Say, what's all this? They seem to have got some fool idea about Tuppence." "It's true," said Tommy quietly. "You mean they've done her in?" Tommy nodded. "I suppose, when they got the treaty, she wasn't any good to them any longer, and they were afraid to let her go." "Well, I'm darned," said Julius. "Little Tuppence. She sure was the pluckiest little girl." But suddenly, something seemed to crack in Tommy's brain. He rose to his feet. "Oh, get out. You don't really care. Damn you. You asked her to marry you in your rotten, cold-blooded way. But I loved her. I'd have given the soul out of my body to save her from harm. I'd have stood by without a word and let her marry you, because you could have given her the sort of time she ought to have had, and I was only a poor devil without a penny to bless himself with. But it wouldn't have been because I didn't care. See here, began Julius temperately. Oh, go to the devil. I can't stand your coming here and talking about little Tuppence. Go and look after your cousin. Tuppence is my girl. I've always loved her, from the time we played together as kids. We grew up, and it was just the same. I shall never forget when I was in hospital, and she came in that ridiculous cap and apron. It was like a miracle to see the girl I loved turn up in a nurse's kit. But Julius interrupted him. A nurse's kit, gee whiz. I must be going to Coney Hatch. I could swear I've seen Jane in a nurse's cap, too. And that's plumb impossible. No, by gum, I've got it. It was her I saw, talking to Whittington at that nursing home in Bournemouth. She wasn't a patient there, she was a nurse. I dare say, said Tommy angrily. She's probably been in with them from the start. I shouldn't wonder if she stole those papers from Danvers to begin with. I'm darned if she did, shouted Julius. She's my cousin, and as patriotic a girl as ever stepped. I don't care a damn who she is. But get out of here, retorted Tommy, also at the top of his voice. The young men were on the point of coming to blows, but suddenly, with an almost magical abruptness, Julius's anger abated. All right, son, he said quietly. I'm going. I don't blame you any for what you've been saying. It's mighty lucky you did say it. I've been the most almighty, blithering darned idiot that it's possible to imagine. Calm down. Tommy had made an impatient gesture. I'm going right away now. Going to the London and Northwestern Railway Depot, if you want to know. I don't care a damn where you're going, growled Tommy, as the door closed behind Julius. He returned to his suitcase. That's the lot, he murmured, and rang the bell. Take my luggage down. Yes, sir. Going away. Sir? I'm going to the devil, said Tommy, regardless of the menial's feelings. That functionary, however, merely replied respectfully. Yes, sir. Shall I call a taxi? Tommy nodded. Where was he going? He hadn't the faintest idea. Beyond a fixed determination to get even with Mr. Brown, he had no plans. He had reread Sir James's letter and shook his head. Tuppence must be avenged. Still, it was kind of the old fellow. Better answer it, I suppose. He went across to the writing table. With the usual perversity of bedroom stationery, there were innumerable envelopes and no paper. He rang. No one came. Tommy fumed at the delay. Then he remembered that there was a good supply in Julius's sitting room. The American had announced his immediate departure. There would be no fear of running up against him. Besides, he wouldn't mind if he did. He was beginning to be rather ashamed of the things he had said. Old Julius had taken them jolly well. He'd apologize if he found him there. But the room was deserted. Tommy walked across to the writing table and opened the middle drawer. A photograph, carelessly thrust in face upwards, caught his eye. For a moment, he stood rooted to the ground. Then he took it out, shut the drawer, walked slowly over to an armchair, and sat down, still staring at the photograph in his hand. What on earth was a photograph of the French girl Annette doing in Julius Hersheimer's writing table? Chapter 22. In Downing Street, the Prime Minister tapped the desk in front of him with nervous fingers. His face was worn and harassed. He took up his conversation with Mr. Carter at the point it had broken off. "I don't understand," he said. "Do you really mean that things are not so desperate, after all? So this lad seems to think, let's have a look at his letter again." Mr. Carter handed it over. It was written in a sprawling, boyish hand. "Dear Mr. Carter, something's turned up that has given me a jar. Of course, I may be simply making an awful ass of myself, but I don't think so. If my conclusions are right, that girl at Manchester was just a plant. The whole thing was prearranged, sham packet and all, with the object of making us think the game was up. Therefore, I fancy that we must have been pretty hot on the scent. I think I know who the real Jane Finn is, and I've even got an idea where the papers are. That last's only a guess, of course, but I've a sort of feeling it'll turn out right. Anyhow, I enclose it in a sealed envelope for what it's worth. I'm going to ask you not to open it until the very last moment. Midnight on the 28th. In fact, you'll understand why in a minute. You see, I figured it out that those things of Tuppence's are a plant too, and she's no more drowned than I am. The way I reason is this: as a last chance, they'll let Jane Finn escape in the hope that she's been shamming this memory stunt, and that once she thinks she's free, she'll go right away to the cash. Of course, it's an awful risk for them to take, because she knows all about them. But they're pretty desperate to get hold of that treaty. But if they know that the papers have been recovered by us, neither of those two girls' lives will be worth an hour's purchase. I must try and get hold of Tuppence before Jane escapes. I want a repeat of that telegram that was sent to Tuppence at the Ritz. Sir James Peel Edgerton said you would be able to manage that for me. He's frightfully clever. One last thing. Please, have that house in Soho watched day and night. Yours, etc. Thomas Beresford. The Prime Minister looked up. The enclosure. Mr. Carter smiled dryly. In the vaults of the bank, I am taking no chances. You don't think. The Prime Minister hesitated a minute, that it would be better to open it now. Surely we ought to secure the document. That is, provided the young man's guess turns out to be correct, Kiko. At once. We can keep the fact of having done so quite secret. Can we? I'm not so sure. There are spies all round us. Once it's known, I wouldn't give that. He snapped his fingers. For the life of those two girls. No. The boy trusted me, and I shan't let him down. Well, wait, we must leave it at that. Then, what's he like? This lad, outwardly? He's an ordinary clean-limbed, rather block-headed young Englishman, slow in his mental processes. On the other hand, it's quite impossible to lead him astray through his imagination. He hasn't got any, so he's difficult to deceive. He worries things out slowly, and once he's got hold of anything, he doesn't let go. The little lady's quite different, more intuition, and less common sense. They make a pretty pair working together. Pace and stamina. He seems confident, mused the Prime Minister. Yes, and that's what gives me hope. He's the kind of diffident youth who would have to be very sure before he ventured an opinion at all. A half-smile came to the other's lips. And it is this boy who will defeat the master criminal of our time. This boy, as you say, but I sometimes fancy I see a shadow behind. You mean Peel Edgerton? Peel Edgerton, said the Prime Minister in astonishment. Yes, I see his hand in this. He struck the open letter. He's there, working in the dark, silently, unobtrusively. I've always felt that if anyone was to run Mr. Brown to earth, Peel Edgerton would be the man. I tell you he's on the case now, but doesn't want it known. By the way, I got rather an odd request from him the other day. Yes? He sent me a cutting from some American paper. It referred to a man's body found near the docks in New York about 3 weeks ago. He asked me to collect any information on the subject I could. Well, Carter shrugged his shoulders. I couldn't get much. Young fellow, about 35, poorly dressed face, very badly disfigured. He was never identified. And you fancy that the two matters are connected in some way. Somehow I do. I may be wrong. Of course. There was a pause. Then Mr. Carter continued. I asked him to come round here. Not that we'll get anything out of him. He doesn't want to tell. His legal instincts are too strong. But there's no doubt he can throw light on one or two obscure points in young Beresford's letter. Here he is. The two men rose to greet the newcomer. A half-whimsical thought flashed across the Premier's mind. My successor, perhaps. We've had a letter from young Beresford, said Mr. Carter. Coming to the point at once. You've seen him, I suppose. You suppose wrong, said the lawyer. Oh. Mr. Carter was a little nonplussed. Sir James smiled and stroked his chin. He rang me up. He volunteered. Would you have any objection to telling us exactly what passed between you? Not at all. He thanked me for a certain letter which I had written to him as a matter of fact. I had offered him a job. Then he reminded me of something I had said to him at Manchester respecting that bogus telegram which lured Miss Cowley away. I asked him if anything untoward had occurred. He said it had, that in a drawer in Mr. Hershimer's room he had discovered a photograph. The lawyer paused, then continued. I asked him if the photograph bore the name and address of a Californian photographer. He replied, You're on to it, sir. It had. Then he went on to tell me something I didn't know. The original of that photograph was the French girl, Annette, who saved his life. What exactly? I asked the young man with some curiosity what he had done with the photograph. He replied that he had put it back where he found it. The lawyer paused again. That was good. You know, distinctly good. He can use his brains. That young fellow. I congratulated him. The discovery was a providential one. Of course, from the moment that the girl in Manchester was proved to be a plant, everything was altered. Young Beresford saw that for himself without my having to tell it him. But he felt he couldn't trust his judgment on the subject of Miss Cowley. Did I think she was alive, I told him, duly weighing the evidence, that there was a very decided chance in favor of it. That brought us back to the telegram. Yes, I advised him to apply to you for a copy of the original wire. It had occurred to me as probable that, after Miss Cowley flung it on the floor, certain words might have been erased and altered with the express intention of setting searchers on a false trail. Carter nodded. He took a sheet from his pocket and read aloud, Come at once. Astley Priors, Gatehouse, Kent. Great developments. Tommy. Very simple, said Sir James, and very ingenious. Just a few words to alter, and the thing was done, and the one important clue they overlooked. What was that? The page boy's statement that Miss Cowley drove to Charing Cross. They were so sure of themselves that they took it for granted he had made a mistake. Then young Beresford is now at Gatehouse, Kent, unless I am much mistaken. Mr. Carter looked at him curiously. I rather wonder you're not there too. Peel Edgerton? Ah, I'm busy on a case. I thought you were on your holiday. Oh, I've not been briefed. Perhaps it would be more correct to say I'm preparing a case. Any more facts about that American chap for me? I'm afraid not. Is it important to find out who he was? Oh, I know who he was, said Sir James easily. I can't prove it yet, but I know. The other two asked no questions. They had an instinct that it would be mere waste of breath. But what I don't understand, said the Prime Minister suddenly, is how that photograph came to be in Mr. Hersheimer's drawer. Perhaps it never left it, suggested the lawyer gently. But the bogus inspector, Inspector Brown. Ah, said Sir James thoughtfully. He rose to his feet. I mustn't keep you. Go on with the affairs of the nation. I must get back to my case. 2 days later, Julius Hersheimer returned from Manchester. A note from Tommy lay on his table. Dear Hersheimer, sorry I lost my temper. In case I don't see you again, goodbye. I've been offered a job in the Argentine and might as well take it. Yours, Tommy Beresford. A peculiar smile lingered for a moment on Julius's face. He threw the letter into the waste paper basket. The darned fool, he murmured. Chapter 23. A Race Against Time. After ringing up Sir James, Tommy's next procedure was to make a call at South Audley Mansions. He found Albert discharging his professional duties and introduced himself without more ado as a friend of Tuppence's. Albert unbent immediately. Things has been very quiet here lately, he said wistfully. Hope the young lady's keeping well, sir. That's just the point. Albert, she's disappeared. You don't mean as the crooks have got her. They have. In the underworld, no. Dash it all. In this world. It's a expression, sir, explained Albert. At the pictures, the crooks always have a restaurant in the underworld, but do you think as they've done her in? Sir, I hope not. By the way, have you by any chance an aunt, a cousin, grandmother, or any other suitable female relation who might be represented as being likely to kick the bucket? A delighted grin spread slowly over Albert's countenance. I'm on, sir. My poor aunt, what lives in the country, has been mortal bad for a long time, and she's asking for me with her dying breath. Tommy nodded approval. Can you report this in the proper quarter and meet me at Charing Cross in an hour's time? I'll be there, sir. You can count on me. As Tommy had judged, the faithful Albert proved an invaluable ally. The two took up their quarters at the inn in Gatehouse. To Albert fell the task of collecting information. There was no difficulty about it. Astley Priors was the property of a Dr. Adams. The doctor no longer practiced, had retired, the landlord believed. But he took a few private patients here. The good fellow tapped his forehead knowingly. Balmy ones, you understand. The doctor was a popular figure in the village, subscribed freely to all the local sports, a very pleasant, affable gentleman. Been there long? Oh, a matter of 10 years or so, might be longer. Scientific gentleman, he was. Professors and people often came down from town to see him. Anyway, it was a gay house, always visitors. In the face of all this volubility, Tommy felt doubts. Was it possible that this genial, well-known figure could be in reality a dangerous criminal? His life seemed so open and above board, no hint of sinister doings. Suppose it was all a gigantic mistake. Tommy felt a cold chill at the thought. Then he remembered the private patients, balmy ones. He inquired carefully if there was a young lady amongst them, describing Tuppence. But nothing much seemed to be known about the patients. They were seldom seen outside the grounds. A guarded description of Annette also failed to provoke recognition. Astley Priors was a pleasant red brick edifice, surrounded by well-wooded grounds, which effectually shielded the house from observation from the road. On the first evening, Tommy, accompanied by Albert, explored the grounds. Owing to Albert's insistence, they dragged themselves along painfully on their stomachs, thereby producing a great deal more noise than if they had stood upright. In any case, these precautions were totally unnecessary. The grounds, like those of any other private house after nightfall, seemed untenanted. Tommy had imagined a possible fierce watchdog. Albert's fancy ran to a puma or a tame cobra, but they reached a shrubbery near the house quite unmolested. The blinds of the dining room window were up. There was a large company assembled round the table. The port was passing from hand to hand. It seemed a normal, pleasant company. Through the open window, scraps of conversation floated out disjointedly on the night air. It was a heated discussion on county cricket. Again, Tommy felt that cold chill of uncertainty. It seemed impossible to believe that these people were other than they seemed. Had he been fooled once more? The fair-bearded, spectacled gentleman who sat at the head of the table looked singularly honest and normal. Tommy slept badly that night. The following morning, the indefatigable Albert, having cemented an alliance with the greengrocer's boy, took the latter's place and ingratiated himself with the cook at Malthouse. He returned with the information that she was undoubtedly one of the crooks. But Tommy mistrusted the vividness of his imagination, questioned. He could adduce nothing in support of his statement except his own opinion that she wasn't the usual kind. You could see that at a glance. The substitution being repeated much to the pecuniary advantage of the real greengrocer's boy on the following day. Albert brought back the first piece of hopeful news. There was a French young lady staying in the house. Tommy put his doubts aside. Here was confirmation of his theory. But time pressed. Today was the 27th. The 29th was the much talked of Labor Day, about which all sorts of rumors were running riot. Newspapers were getting agitated. Sensational hints of a labor coup d'etat were freely reported. The government said nothing. It knew and was prepared. There were rumors of dissension among the labor leaders. They were not of one mind. The more far-seeing among them realized that what they proposed might well be a death blow to the England that at heart they loved. They shrank from the starvation and misery a general strike would entail, and were willing to meet the government halfway. But behind them were subtle, insistent forces at work, urging the memories of old wrongs, deprecating the weakness of half-and-half measures, fomenting misunderstandings. Tommy felt that, thanks to Mr. Carter, he understood the position fairly accurately. With the fatal document in the hands of Mr. Brown, public opinion would swing to the side of the labor extremists and revolutionists. Failing that, the battle was an even chance. The government with a loyal army and police force behind them might win, but at a cost of great suffering. But Tommy nourished another and a preposterous dream. With Mr. Brown unmasked and captured, he believed, rightly or wrongly, that the whole organization would crumble ignominiously and instantaneously. The strange, permeating influence of the unseen chief held it together. Without him, Tommy believed an instant panic would set in, and the honest men left to themselves, an 11th hour reconciliation would be possible. This is a one-man show, said Tommy to himself. The thing to do is to get hold of the man. It was partly in furtherance of this ambitious design that he had requested Mr. Carter not to open the sealed envelope. The draft treaty was Tommy's bait. Every now and then he was aghast at his own presumption. How dared he think that he had discovered what so many wiser and cleverer men had overlooked? Nevertheless, he stuck tenaciously to his idea. That evening, he and Albert once more penetrated the grounds of Astley Priors. Tommy's ambition was somehow or other to gain admission to the house itself. As they approached cautiously, Tommy gave a sudden gasp. On the second-floor window, someone standing between the window and the light in the room threw a silhouette on the blind. It was one Tommy would have recognized anywhere Tuppence was in that house. He clutched Albert by the shoulder. "Stay here when I begin to sing. Watch that window." He retreated hastily to a position on the main drive and began in a deep roar, coupled with an unsteady gait, the following ditty: "I am a soldier, a jolly British soldier. You can see that I'm a soldier by my feet." It had been a favorite on the gramophone in Tuppence's hospital days. He did not doubt but that she would recognize it and draw her own conclusions. Tommy had not a note of music in his voice, but his lungs were excellent. The noise he produced was terrific. Presently, an unimpeachable butler, accompanied by an equally unimpeachable footman, issued from the front door. The butler remonstrated with him. Tommy continued to sing, addressing the butler affectionately as "dear old Whiskers." The footman took him by one arm, the butler by the other. They ran him down the drive and neatly out of the gate. The butler threatened him with the police if he intruded again. It was beautifully done, soberly, and with perfect decorum. Anyone would have sworn that the butler was a real butler, the footman a real footman only, as it happened. The butler was Whittington Tommy, retired to the inn, and waited for Albert's return. At last, that worthy made his appearance. "Well," cried Tommy eagerly, "it's all right. While there was a running of you out, the window opened, and something was chucked out." He handed a scrap of paper to Tommy. It was wrapped round a letter weight. On the paper were scrawled 3 words: "Tomorrow, same time." "Good egg," cried Tommy. "We're getting going." "I wrote a message on a piece of paper, wrapped it round a stone, and chucked it through the window," continued Albert breathlessly. Tommy groaned. "Your zeal will be the undoing of us." "Albert, what did you say?" "Said we was a-staying at the inn, if she could get away, to come there and croak like a frog." "She'll know that's you," said Tommy, with a sigh of relief. "Your imagination runs away with you. You know, Albert. Why? You wouldn't recognize a frog croaking if you heard it." Albert looked rather crestfallen. "Cheer up," said Tommy. "No harm done. That butler's an old friend of mine. I bet he knew who I was, though he didn't let on. It's not their game to show suspicion. That's why we found it fairly plain sailing. They don't want to discourage me altogether. On the other hand, they don't want to make it too easy. I'm a pawn in their game. Albert, that's what I am. You see, if the spider lets the fly walk out too easily, the fly might suspect it was a put-up job. Hence the usefulness of that promising youth, Mr. T. Beresford, who's blundered in just at the right moment for them. But later, Mr. T. Beresford had better look out. Tommy retired for the night in a state of some elation. He had elaborated a careful plan for the following evening. He felt sure that the inhabitants of Astley Priors would not interfere with him up to a certain point. It was after that Tommy proposed to give them a surprise, about 12 o'clock. However, his calm was rudely shaken. He was told that someone was demanding him in the bar. The applicant proved to be a rude-looking carter, well coated with mud. "Well, my good fellow, what is it?" asked Tommy. "Might this be for you, sir?" The carter held out a very dirty folded note, on the outside of which was written, "Take this to the gentleman at the inn near Astley Priors. He will give you 10 shillings. The handwriting was Tuppence's. Tommy appreciated her quick-wittedness in realizing that he might be staying at the inn under an assumed name. He snatched at it. "That's all right." The man withheld it. "What about my 10 shillings? Tommy hastily produced a 10-shilling note, and the man relinquished his find. Tommy unfastened it. "Dear Tommy, I knew it was you last night. Don't go this evening. They'll be lying in wait for you. They're taking us away this morning. I heard something about Wales Holyhead. I think I'll drop this on the road if I get a chance. Annette told me how you'd escaped. Buck up. Yours, Tuppence." Tommy raised a shout for Albert before he had even finished perusing this characteristic epistle. "Pack my bag, we're off." "Yes, sir." The boots of Albert could be heard racing upstairs. Holyhead. Did that mean that, after all? Tommy was puzzled. He read on slowly. The boots of Albert continued to be active on the floor above. Suddenly, a second shout came from below. "Albert, I'm a damned fool. Unpack that bag." "Yes, sir." Tommy smoothed out the note thoughtfully. "Yes, a damned fool," he said softly. "But so's someone else, and at last I know who it is." Chapter 24. Julius takes a hand. In his suite at Claridge's, Cramenin reclined on a couch and dictated to his secretary in sibilant Russian. Presently the telephone at the secretary's elbow purred, and he took up the receiver, spoke for a minute or two, then turned to his employer. "Someone below is asking for you." "Who is it?" "He gives the name of Mr. Julius P. Hersheimer." "Hersheimer," repeated Cramenin thoughtfully. "I have heard that name before." "His father was one of the Steel Kings of America," explained the secretary, whose business it was to know everything. "This young man must be a millionaire several times over." The other's eyes narrowed appreciatively. "You had better go down and see him, Ivan. Find out what he wants." The secretary obeyed, closing the door noiselessly behind him. In a few minutes, he returned. "He declines to state his business, says it is entirely private and personal, and that he must see you." "A millionaire several times over?" murmured Cramenin. "Bring him up, my dear Ivan." The secretary left the room once more and returned escorting Julius. "Monsieur Cramenin," said the latter abruptly. The Russian, studying him attentively with his pale, venomous eyes, bowed. "Pleased to meet you," said the American. "I've got some very important business. I'd like to talk over with you. If I can see you alone." He looked pointedly at the other. "My secretary, Monsieur Grieber, from whom I have no secrets." "That may be so, but I have," said Julius dryly. "So I'd be obliged if you'd tell him to scoot." "Ivan," said the Russian softly, "perhaps you would not mind retiring into the next room." "The next room won't do," interrupted Julius. "I know these ducal suites, and I want this one plumb empty except for you and me. Send him round to a store to buy a pen'orth of peanuts." Though not particularly enjoying the American's free and easy manner of speech, Kramenin was devoured by curiosity. "Will your business take long to state? Might be an all-night job if you caught on." "Very good, Ivan. I shall not require you again this evening. Go to the theater. Take a night off." "Thank you, Your Excellency." The secretary bowed and departed. Julius stood at the door watching his retreat. Finally, with a satisfied sigh, he closed it and came back to his position in the center of the room. "Now, Mr. Hersheimer, perhaps you will be so kind as to come to the point." "I guess that won't take a minute," drawled Julius. Then, with an abrupt change of manner, "Hands up, or I shoot." For a moment, Kramenin stared blindly into the big automatic. Then, with almost comical haste, he flung up his hands above his head. In that instant, Julius had taken his measure. The man he had to deal with was an abject physical coward. The rest would be easy. "This is an outrage," cried the Russian in a high hysterical voice. "An outrage! Do you mean to kill me?" "Not if you keep your voice down. Don't go edging sideways towards that bell. That's better. What do you want?" "Do nothing rashly. Remember my life is of the utmost value to my country. I may have been maligned, I reckon," said Julius, "that the man who let daylight into you would be doing humanity a good turn. But you needn't worry any. I'm not proposing to kill you this trip. That is, if you're reasonable." The Russian quailed before the stern menace in the other's eyes. He passed his tongue over his dry lips. "What do you want, money?" "No. I want Jane Finn." "Jane Finn, I never heard of her." "You're a darned liar. You know perfectly who I mean." "I tell you I've never heard of the girl." "And I tell you," retorted Julius, "that little Willie here is just hoppin' mad to go off." The Russian wilted visibly. "You wouldn't dare." "Oh, yes I would, son." Kramenin must have recognized something in the voice that carried conviction, for he said sullenly, "Well, granted, I do know who you mean. What of it? You will tell me now, right here, where she is to be found." Kramenin shook his head. "I daren't." "Why not?" "I daren't." "You ask an impossibility." "Afraid." "Eh? Of whom, Mr. Brown?" "Ah, that tickles you up. There is such a person. Then I doubted it. And the mere mention of him scares you stiff." "I have seen him," said the Russian slowly, "spoken to him face to face. I did not know it until afterwards. He was one of the crowd. I should not know him again. Who is he really? I do not know. But I know this. He is a man to fear." "He'll never know," said Julius. "He knows everything, and his vengeance is swift. Even I, Kramenin, would not be exempt." "Then you won't do as I ask you. You ask an impossibility." "Sure, that's a pity for you," said Julius cheerfully. "But the world in general will benefit." He raised the revolver. "Stop," shrieked the Russian. "You cannot mean to shoot me." "Of course I do. I've always heard you revolutionists held life cheap. But it seems there's a difference when it's your own life in question. I gave you just one chance of saving your dirty skin, and that you wouldn't take, they would kill me. Well, said Julius pleasantly, it's up to you. But I'll just say this. Little Willie here is a dead cert, and if I was you, I'd take a sporting chance with Mr. Brown. You will hang if you shoot me, muttered the Russian irresolutely. No, stranger, that's where you're wrong. You forget the dollars. A big crowd of solicitors will get busy, and they'll get some highbrow doctors on the job. And the end of it all will be that they'll say my brain was unhinged. I shall spend a few months in a quiet sanatorium. My mental health will improve. The doctors will declare me sane again, and all will end happily for little Julius. I guess I can bear a few months' retirement in order to rid the world of you. But don't you kid yourself, I'll hang for it. The Russian believed him, corrupt himself. He believed implicitly in the power of money. He had read of American murder trials running much on the lines indicated by Julius. He had bought and sold justice himself. This virile young American, with the significant drawling voice, had the whip hand of him. I'm going to count 5, continued Julius. And I guess, if you let me get past 4, you needn't worry any about Mr. Brown. Maybe he'll send some flowers to the funeral, but you won't smell them. Are you ready? I'll begin. 1, 2, 3, 4. The Russian interrupted with a shriek. Do not shoot. I will do all you wish. Julius lowered the revolver. I thought you'd hear sense. Where is the girl? At Gatehouse, in Kent. Astley Priors. The place is called... Is she a prisoner there? She's not allowed to leave the house, though it's safe enough, really. The little fool has lost her memory. Curse her. That's been annoying for you and your friends, I reckon. What about the other girl? The one you decoyed away over a week ago. She's there too, said the Russian sullenly. That's good, said Julius. Isn't it all panning out beautifully and a lovely night for the run? What run? Demanded Kremenin, with a stare. Down to Gatehouse. Sure. I hope you're fond of motoring. What do you mean I refuse to go? Now don't get mad. You must see I'm not such a kid as to leave you here. You'd ring up your friends on that telephone first thing, ah? He observed the fall on the other's face. You see, you'd got it all fixed. No, sir. You're coming along with me. This your bedroom next door here. Walk right in. Little Willie and I will come behind. Put on a thick coat. That's right. Fur-lined, and you a socialist. Now we're ready. We walk downstairs and out through the hall to where my car's waiting. And don't you forget, I've got you covered every inch of the way. I can shoot just as well through my coat pocket. One word, or a glance even, at one of those liveried menials, and there'll sure be a strange face in the sulfur and brimstone works. Together, they descended the stairs and passed out to the waiting car. The Russian was shaking with rage. The hotel servants surrounded them. A cry hovered on his lips, but at the last minute his nerve failed him. The American was ashamed of his word. When they reached the car, Julius breathed a sigh of relief. The danger zone was passed. Fear had successfully hypnotized the man by his side. Get in, he ordered. Then, as he caught the other's sidelong glance, no, the chauffeur won't help you any, naval man. Was on a submarine in Russia when the revolution broke out. A brother of his was murdered by your people. George? Yes, sir. The chauffeur turned his head. This gentleman is a Russian Bolshevik. We don't want to shoot him, but it may be necessary. You understand? Perfectly, sir. I want to go to Gatehouse in Kent. Know the road at all. Yes, sir. It will be about an hour and a half's run. Make it an hour. I'm in a hurry. I'll do my best, sir. The car shot forward through the traffic. Julius ensconced himself comfortably by the side of his victim. He kept his hand in the pocket of his coat, but his manner was urbane to the last degree. There was a man I shot once in Arizona, he began cheerfully. At the end of the hour's run, the unfortunate Kraminin was more dead than alive. In succession to the anecdote of the Arizona man, there had been a tough from Frisco and an episode in the Rockies. Julius's narrative style, if not strictly accurate, was picturesque. Slowing down, the chauffeur called over his shoulder that they were just coming into Gatehouse. Julius bade the Russian direct them. His plan was to drive straight up to the house. There Kraminin was to ask for the two girls. Julius explained to him that little Willie would not be tolerant of failure. Kraminin, by this time, was as putty in the other's hand. The terrific pace they had come had still further unmanned him. He had given himself up for dead at every corner. The car swept up the drive and stopped before the porch. The chauffeur looked round for orders. Turn the car first, George, then ring the bell, and get back to your place. Keep the engine going, and be ready to scoot like hell when I give the word. Very good, sir. The front door was opened by the butler. Kraminin felt the muzzle of the revolver pressed against his ribs. Now, hissed Julius. And be careful, the Russian beckoned. His lips were white, and his voice was not very steady. It is I, Kraminin. Bring down the girl at once. There is no time to lose. Whittington had come down the steps. He uttered an exclamation of astonishment at seeing the other. You! What's up? Surely you know the plan. Kraminin interrupted him, using the words that have created many unnecessary panics. We have been betrayed. Plans must be abandoned. We must save our own skins, the girl, and at once it's our only chance. Whittington hesitated, but for hardly a moment. You have orders from him. Naturally. Should I be here otherwise? Hurry. There is no time to be lost. The other little fool had better come too. Whittington turned and ran back into the house. The agonizing minutes went by. Then two figures hastily huddled in cloaks appeared on the steps and were hustled into the car. The smaller of the two was inclined to resist, and Whittington shoved her in unceremoniously. Julius leaned forward, and in doing so, the light from the open door lit up his face. Another man on the steps behind Whittington gave a startled exclamation. Concealment was at an end. Get a move on, George, shouted Julius. The chauffeur slipped in his clutch, and with a bound, the car started. The man on the steps uttered an oath. His hand went to his pocket. There was a flash and a report. The bullet just missed the taller girl by an inch. Get down, Jane, cried Julius. Flat on the bottom of the car. He thrust her sharply forward. Then standing up, he took careful aim and fired. Have you hit him? Cried Tuppence eagerly. Sure, replied Julius. He isn't killed, though. Skunks like that take a lot of killing. Are you all right? Tuppence? Of course I am. Where's Tommy? And who's this? She indicated the shivering Kraminin. Tommy's making tracks for the Argentine. I guess he thought you'd turned up your toes. Steady through the gate, George. That's right. It'll take 'em at least 5 minutes to get busy after us. They'll use the telephone. I guess. So look out for snares ahead, and don't take the direct route. Who's this? Did you say? Tuppence. Let me present Monsieur Kraminin. I persuaded him to come on the trip for his health. The Russian remained mute, still livid with terror. But what made them let us go? Demanded Tuppence suspiciously. I reckon Monsieur Cramenin here asked them so prettily they just couldn't refuse. This was too much for the Russian. He burst out vehemently. Curse you! Curse you! They know now that I betrayed them. My life won't be safe for an hour in this country. That's so, assented Julius. I'd advise you to make tracks for Russia right away. Let me go. Then, cried the other, I have done what you asked. Why do you still keep me with you? Not for the pleasure of your company. I guess you can get right off now if you want to. I thought you'd rather I tooled you back to London. You may never reach London, snarled the other. Let me go here and now. Sure thing. Pull up. George, the gentleman's not making the return trip. If I ever come to Russia, Monsieur Cramenin, I shall expect a rousing welcome in. But before Julius had finished his speech, and before the car had finally halted, the Russian had swung himself out and disappeared into the night. Just a mite impatient to leave us, commented Julius, as the car gathered way again. And no idea of saying goodbye politely to the ladies. Say, Jane, you can get up on the seat now. For the first time, the girl spoke. How did you persuade him? She asked. Julius tapped his revolver. Little Willie here takes the credit. Splendid, cried the girl. The color surged into her face. Her eyes looked admiringly at Julius. Annette and I didn't know what was going to happen to us, said Tuppence. Old Whittington hurried us off. We thought it was lambs to the slaughter. Annette, said Julius. Is that what you call her? His mind seemed to be trying to adjust itself to a new idea. It's her name, said Tuppence, opening her eyes very wide. Shucks, retorted Julius. She may think it's her name because her memory's gone, poor kid. But it's the one real and original Jane Finn we've got here. What? Cried Tuppence. But she was interrupted. With an angry spurt, a bullet embedded itself in the upholstery of the car just behind her head. Down with you, cried Julius. It's an ambush. These guys have got busy pretty quickly. Push her a bit. George. The car fairly leapt forward. 3 more shots rang out, but went happily wide. Julius, upright, leant over the back of the car. Nothing to shoot at, he announced gloomily, but I guess there'll be another little picnic soon. Ah, he raised his hand to his cheek. You are hurt, said Annette quickly. Only a scratch. The girl sprang to her feet. Let me out! Let me out! I say stop the car. It is me they're after. I'm the one they want. You shall not lose your lives because of me. Let me go. She was fumbling with the fastenings of the door. Julius took her by both arms and looked at her. She had spoken with no trace of foreign accent. Sit down, kid, he said gently. I guess there's nothing wrong with your memory. Been fooling them all the time, eh? The girl looked at him, nodded, and then suddenly burst into tears. Julius patted her on the shoulder. There, just you sit tight. We're not going to let you quit. Through her sobs, the girl said indistinctly, You're from home? I can tell by your voice. It makes me homesick. Sure, I'm from home. I'm your cousin Julius Hersheimer. I came over to Europe on purpose to find you. And a pretty dance you've led me. The car slackened speed. George spoke over his shoulder. Crossroads here, sir. I'm not sure of the way. The car slowed down till it hardly moved. As it did so, a figure climbed suddenly over the back and plunged headfirst into the midst of them. "Sorry," said Tommy, extricating himself. A mass of confused exclamations greeted him. He replied to them severally, "Was in the bushes, by the drive, hung on behind, couldn't let you know before at the pace you were going. It was all I could do to hang on. Now then, you girls, get out, get out. Yes, there's a station just up that road. Train due in 3 minutes. You'll catch it if you hurry." "What the devil are you driving at?" demanded Julius. "Do you think you can fool them by leaving the car? You and I aren't going to leave the car. Only the girls. You're crazed. Beresford. Stark staring mad. You can't let those girls go off alone. It'll be the end of it if you do." Tommy turned to Tuppence. "Get out at once. Tuppence, take her with you. And do just as I say. No one will do you any harm. You're safe. Take the train to London. Go straight to Sir James Peel Edgerton. Mr. Carter lives out of town, but you'll be safe with him." "Darn you," cried Julius. "You're mad. Jane, you stay where you are." With a sudden, swift movement, Tommy snatched the revolver from Julius's hand and leveled it at him. "Now, will you believe I'm in earnest? Get out, both of you, and do as I say, or I'll shoot." Tuppence sprang out, dragging the unwilling Jane after her. "Come on, it's all right. If Tommy's sure, he's sure. Be quick, we'll miss the train." They started running. Julius's pent-up rage burst forth. "What the hell?" Tommy interrupted him. "Dry up. I want a few words with you. Mr. Julius Hershamer." Chapter 25, Jane's Story. Her arm through Jane's, dragging her along. Tuppence reached the station. Her quick ears caught the sound of the approaching train. "Hurry up," she panted, "or we'll miss it." They arrived on the platform just as the train came to a standstill. Tuppence opened the door of an empty first-class compartment, and the two girls sank down breathless on the padded seats. A man looked in, then passed on to the next carriage. Jane started nervously. Her eyes dilated with terror. She looked questioningly at Tuppence. "Is he one of them? Do you think?" she breathed. Tuppence shook her head. "No, no, it's all right." She took Jane's hand in hers. "Tommy wouldn't have told us to do this unless he was sure we'd be all right, but he doesn't know them as I do." The girl shivered. "You can't understand. 5 years, 5 long years. Sometimes I thought I should go mad. Never mind. It's all over." "Is it—" The train was moving now, speeding through the night at a gradually increasing rate. Suddenly, Jane Finn started up. "What was that?" "I thought I saw a face looking in through the window." "No, there's nothing. See?" Tuppence went to the window and, lifting the strap, let the pane down. "You're sure? Quite sure?" The other seemed to feel some excuse was necessary. "I guess I'm acting like a frightened rabbit, but I can't help it. If they caught me now, they'd—" Her eyes opened wide and staring. "Don't," implored Tuppence. "Lie back and don't think. You can be quite sure that Tommy wouldn't have said it was safe if it wasn't. My cousin didn't think so. He didn't want us to do this." "No," said Tuppence, rather embarrassed. "What are you thinking of?" said Jane sharply. "Why, your voice was so queer. I was thinking of something," confessed Tuppence. "But I don't want to tell you. Not now. I may be wrong, but I don't think so. It's just an idea that came into my head a long time ago. Tommy's got it too. I'm almost sure he has. But don't you worry. There'll be time enough for that later. And it mayn't be so at all. Do what I tell you. Lie back and don't think of anything. I'll try. The long lashes drooped over the hazel eyes. Tuppence, for her part, sat bolt upright, much in the attitude of a watchful terrier on guard. In spite of herself, she was nervous. Her eyes flashed continually from one window to the other. She noted the exact position of the communication cord, what it was that she feared. She would have been hard put to it to say, but in her own mind, she was far from feeling the confidence displayed in her words. Not that she disbelieved in Tommy, but occasionally she was shaken with doubts as to whether anyone so simple and honest as he was could ever be a match for the fiendish subtlety of the arch-criminal. If they once reached Sir James Peel Egerton in safety, all would be well. But would they reach him? Would not the silent forces of Mr. Brown already be assembling against them? Even that last picture of Tommy, revolver in hand, failed to comfort her. By now, he might be overpowered, borne down by sheer force of numbers. Tuppence mapped out her plan of campaign. As the train at length drew slowly into Charing Cross, Jane Finn sat up with a start. "Have we arrived? I never thought we should. Oh, I thought we'd get to London all right. If there's going to be any fun, now is when it will begin. Quick, get out. We'll nip into a taxi." In another minute, they were passing the barrier, had paid the necessary fares, and were stepping into a taxi. "King's Cross," directed Tuppence. Then she gave a jump. A man looked in at the window, just as they started. She was almost certain it was the same man who had got into the carriage next to them. She had a horrible feeling of being slowly hemmed in on every side. "You see," she explained to Jane, "if they think we're going to Sir James, this will put them off the scent. Now, they'll imagine we're going to Mr. Carter. His country place is north of London somewhere. Crossing Holborn, there was a block, and the taxi was held up. This was what Tuppence had been waiting for. "Quick," she whispered. "Open the right-hand door." The two girls stepped out into the traffic. 2 minutes later, they were seated in another taxi and were retracing their steps, this time direct to Carlton House Terrace. "There," said Tuppence, with great satisfaction. "This ought to do them. I can't help thinking that I'm really rather clever. How that other taxi man will swear, but I took his number, and I'll send him a postal order tomorrow, so that he won't lose by it if he happens to be genuine. What's this thing swerving, oh?" There was a grinding noise and a bump. Another taxi had collided with them. In a flash, Tuppence was out on the pavement. A policeman was approaching. Before he arrived, Tuppence had handed the driver 5 shillings, and she and Jane had merged themselves in the crowd. "It's only a step or two now," said Tuppence breathlessly. The accident had taken place in Trafalgar Square. "Do you think the collision was an accident, or done deliberately?" "I don't know. It might have been either." Hand in hand. The two girls hurried along. "It may be my fancy," said Tuppence suddenly, "but I feel as though there was someone behind us." "Hurry," murmured the other. "Oh, hurry." They were now at the corner of Carlton House Terrace, and their spirits lightened. Suddenly a large and apparently intoxicated man barred their way. "Good evening, ladies," he hiccuped. "Whither away so fast?" "Let us pass, please," said Tuppence imperiously. "Just a word with your pretty friend here." He stretched out an unsteady hand and clutched Jane by the shoulder. Tuppence heard other footsteps behind. She did not pause to ascertain whether they were friends or foes. Lowering her head, she repeated a maneuver of childish days and butted their aggressor full in the capacious middle. The success of these unsportsmanlike tactics was immediate. The man sat down abruptly on the pavement. Tuppence and Jane took to their heels. The house they sought was some way down. Other footsteps echoed behind them. Their breath was coming in choking gasps as they reached Sir James's door. Tuppence seized the bell and Jane the knocker. The man who had stopped them reached the foot of the steps. For a moment he hesitated, and as he did so, the door opened. They fell into the hall together. Sir James came forward from the library door. "Hello, what's this?" He stepped forward and put his arm round Jane as she swayed uncertainly. He half carried her into the library and laid her on the leather couch. From a tantalus on the table, he poured out a few drops of brandy and forced her to drink them. With a sigh, she sat up, her eyes still wild and frightened. "It's all right. Don't be afraid. My child, you're quite safe." Her breath came more normally, and the color was returning to her cheeks. Sir James looked at Tuppence quizzically. "So you're not dead, Miss Tuppence?" "Any more than that Tommy boy of yours was. The young adventures take a lot of killing," boasted Tuppence. "So it seems," said Sir James dryly. "Am I right in thinking that the joint venture has ended in success, and that this," he turned to the girl on the couch, "is Miss Jane Finn?" Jane sat up. "Yes," she said quietly. "I am Jane Finn. I have a lot to tell you. When you are stronger, no now." Her voice rose a little. "I shall feel safer when I have told everything." "As you please," said the lawyer. He sat down in one of the big armchairs facing the couch. In a low voice, Jane began her story. "I came over on the Lusitania to take up a post in Paris. I was fearfully keen about the war, and just dying to help somehow or other. I had been studying French, and my teacher said they were wanting help in a hospital in Paris, so I wrote and offered my services, and they were accepted. I hadn't got any folk of my own, so it made it easy to arrange things. When the Lusitania was torpedoed, a man came up to me. I'd noticed him more than once, and I'd figured it out in my own mind that he was afraid of somebody or something. He asked me if I was a patriotic American, and told me he was carrying papers which were just life or death to the Allies. He asked me to take charge of them. I was to watch for an advertisement in the Times. If it didn't appear, I was to take them to the American ambassador. Most of what followed seems like a nightmare still. I see it in my dreams sometimes. I'll hurry over that part. Mr. Danvers had told me to watch out. He might have been shadowed from New York, but he didn't think so. At first, I had no suspicions, but on the boat to Holyhead, I began to get uneasy. There was one woman who had been very keen to look after me and chum up with me generally, a Mrs. Vandemeyer. At first, I'd been only grateful to her for being so kind to me, but all the time I felt there was something about her I didn't like. And on the Irish boat, I saw her talking to some queer-looking men, and from the way they looked, I saw that they were talking about me. I remembered that she'd been quite near me on the Lusitania when Mr. Danvers gave me the packet, and before that, she'd tried to talk to him once or twice. I began to get scared, but I didn't quite see what to do. I had a wild idea of stopping at Holyhead and not going on to London that day, but I soon saw that would be plumb foolishness. The only thing was to act as though I'd noticed nothing and hope for the best. I couldn't see how they could get me if I was on my guard. One thing I'd done already as a precaution, ripped open the oilskin packet and substituted blank paper and then sewn it up again. So, if anyone did manage to rob me of it, it wouldn't matter. What to do with the real thing worried me no end. Finally, I opened it out flat. There were only 2 sheets and laid it between 2 of the advertisement pages of a magazine. I stuck the 2 pages together round the edge with some gum off an envelope. I carried the magazine carelessly stuffed into the pocket of my ulster. At Holyhead, I tried to get into a carriage with people that looked all right, but in a queer way, there seemed always to be a crowd round me, shoving and pushing me just the way I didn't want to go. There was something uncanny and frightening about it. In the end, I found myself in a carriage with Mrs. Vandermeyer after all. I went out into the corridor, but all the other carriages were full, so I had to go back and sit down. I consoled myself with the thought that there were other people in the carriage. There was quite a nice-looking man and his wife sitting just opposite. So I felt almost happy about it until just outside London. I had leaned back and closed my eyes. I guess they thought I was asleep, but my eyes weren't quite shut. And suddenly, I saw the nice-looking man get something out of his bag and hand it to Mrs. Vandermeyer. And as he did so, he winked. I can't tell you how that wink sort of froze me through and through. My only thought was to get out in the corridor as quick as ever I could. I got up, trying to look natural and easy. Perhaps they saw something, I don't know. But suddenly Mrs. Vandermeyer said, "No," and flung something over my nose and mouth as I tried to scream. At the same moment, I felt a terrific blow on the back of my head. She shuddered. Sir James murmured something sympathetically. In a minute, she resumed. I don't know how long it was before I came back to consciousness. I felt very ill and sick. I was lying on a dirty bed. There was a screen round it, but I could hear 2 people talking in the room. Mrs. Vandermeyer was one of them. I tried to listen, but at first I couldn't take much in. When at last I did begin to grasp what was going on, I was just terrified. I wonder I didn't scream. Right out there and then. They hadn't found the papers. They'd got the oilskin packet with the blanks, and they were just mad. They didn't know whether I'd changed the papers, or whether Danvers had been carrying a dummy message, while the real one was sent another way. They spoke of, she closed her eyes, torturing me to find out. I'd never known what really sickening fear was before. Once they came to look at me, I shut my eyes and pretended to be still unconscious, but I was afraid they'd hear the beating of my heart. However, they went away again. I began thinking madly. What could I do? I knew I wouldn't be able to stand up against torture very long. Suddenly, something put the thought of loss of memory into my head. The subject had always interested me, and I'd read an awful lot about it. I had the whole thing at my fingertips. If only I could succeed in carrying the bluff through, it might save me. I said a prayer and drew a long breath. Then I opened my eyes and started babbling in French. Mrs. Vandermeyer came round the screen at once. Her face was so wicked, I nearly died. but I smiled up at her doubtfully and asked her in French where I was. It puzzled her. I could see. She called the man she had been talking to. He stood by the screen with his face in shadow. He spoke to me in French. His voice was very ordinary and quiet, but somehow, I don't know why, he scared me, but I went on playing my part. I asked again where I was, and then went on that there was something I must remember. Only, for the moment, it was all gone. I worked myself up to be more and more distressed. He asked me my name. I said I didn't know, that I couldn't remember anything at all. Suddenly he caught my wrist and began twisting it. The pain was awful. I screamed. He went on. I screamed and screamed, but I managed to shriek out things in French. I don't know how long I could have gone on, but luckily I fainted. The last thing I heard was his voice saying, "That's not bluff. Anyway, a kid of her age wouldn't know enough." I guess he forgot. American girls are older for their age than English ones, and take more interest in scientific subjects. When I came to 2, Mrs. Vandemeyer was sweet as honey to me. She'd had her orders. I guess. She spoke to me in French, told me I'd had a shock, and been very ill. I should be better soon. I pretended to be rather dazed, murmured something about the doctor having hurt my wrist. She looked relieved when I said that. By and by, she went out of the room altogether. I was suspicious still, and lay quite quiet for some time. In the end, however, I got up and walked round the room, examining it. I thought that even if anyone was watching me from somewhere, it would seem natural enough under the circumstances. It was a squalid, dirty place. There were no windows, which seemed queer. I guessed the door would be locked, but I didn't try it. There were some battered old pictures on the walls, representing scenes from Faust. Jane's 2 listeners gave a simultaneous "ah." The girl nodded. Yes, it was the place in Soho where Mr. Beresford was imprisoned. Of course, at the time I didn't even know if I was in London. One thing was worrying me dreadfully, but my heart gave a great throb of relief when I saw my ulster lying carelessly over the back of a chair. And the magazine was still rolled up in the pocket. If only I could be certain that I was not being overlooked. I looked carefully round the walls. There didn't seem to be a peephole of any kind. Nevertheless, I felt kind of sure there must be. All of a sudden, I sat down on the edge of the table and put my face in my hands, sobbing out, mon Dieu. I've got very sharp ears. I distinctly heard the rustle of a dress and slight creak. That was enough for me. I was being watched. I lay down on the bed again, and by, Mrs. Vandemeyer brought me some supper. She was still sweet as they make them. I guess she'd been told to win my confidence. Presently, she produced the oilskin packet and asked me if I recognized it, watching me like a lynx all the time. I took it and turned it over in a puzzled sort of way. Then I shook my head. I said that I felt I ought to remember something about it, that it was just as though it was all coming back. And then, before I could get hold of it, it went again. Then she told me that I was her niece, and that I was to call her Aunt Rita. I did obediently, and she told me not to worry. My memory would soon come back. That was an awful night. I'd made my plan whilst I was waiting for her. The papers were safe so far, but I couldn't take the risk of leaving them there any longer. They might throw that magazine away any minute. I lay awake waiting until I judged it must be about 2 o'clock in the morning. Then I got up as softly as I could and felt in the dark along the left-hand wall, very gently. I unhooked one of the pictures from its nail marguerite with her casket of jewels. I crept over to my coat and took out the magazine and an odd envelope or two that I had shoved in. Then I went to the washstand and damped the brown paper at the back of the picture all round. Presently, I was able to pull it away. I had already torn out the 2 stuck-together pages from the magazine, and now I slipped them with their precious enclosure between the picture and its brown paper backing. A little gum from the envelopes helped me to stick the latter up again. No one would dream the picture had ever been tampered with. I rehung it on the wall, put the magazine back in my coat pocket, and crept back to bed. I was pleased with my hiding place. They'd never think of pulling to pieces one of their own pictures. I hoped that they'd come to the conclusion that Danvers had been carrying a dummy all along, and that, in the end, they'd let me go. As a matter of fact, I guess that's what they did think at first, and, in a way, it was dangerous for me. I learned afterwards that they nearly did away with me then and there. There was never much chance of their letting me go, but the first man, who was the boss, preferred to keep me alive on the chance of my having hidden them, and being able to tell where if I recovered my memory. They watched me constantly for weeks. Sometimes they'd ask me questions by the hour. I guess there was nothing they didn't know about the 3rd degree, but somehow I managed to hold my own. The strain of it was awful, though. They took me back to Ireland and over every step of the journey again, in case I'd hidden it somewhere en route. Mrs. Vandemeyer and another woman never left me for a moment. They spoke of me as a young relative of Mrs. Vandemeyer's, whose mind was affected by the shock of the Lusitania. There was no one I could appeal to for help without giving myself away to them. And if I risked it and failed, and Mrs. Vandemeyer looked so rich and so beautifully dressed that I felt convinced they'd take her word against mine. And think it was part of my mental trouble to think myself persecuted. I felt that the horrors in store for me would be too awful once they knew I'd been only shamming. Sir James nodded comprehendingly. Mrs. Vandemeyer was a woman of great personality. With that and her social position, she would have had little difficulty in imposing her point of view in preference to yours. Your sensational accusations against her would not easily have found credence. That's what I thought. It ended in my being sent to a sanatorium at Bournemouth. I couldn't make up my mind at first whether it was a sham affair or genuine. A hospital nurse had charge of me. I was a special patient. She seemed so nice and normal that at last I determined to confide in her. A merciful providence just saved me in time from falling into the trap. My door happened to be ajar, and I heard her talking to someone in the passage. She was one of them. They still fancied it might be a bluff on my part, and she was put in charge of me to make sure. After that, my nerve went completely. I dared trust nobody. I think I almost hypnotized myself. After a while, I almost forgot that I was really Jane Finn. I was so bent on playing the part of Janet Vandemeyer that my nerves began to play tricks. I became really ill. For months, I sank into a sort of stupor. I felt sure I should die soon, and that nothing really mattered. A sane person shut up in a lunatic asylum often ends by becoming insane, they say. I guess I was like that. Playing my part had become second nature to me. I wasn't even unhappy in the end. just apathetic. Nothing seemed to matter, and the years went on. And then suddenly, things seemed to change. Mrs. Vandemeyer came down from London. She and the doctor asked me questions, experimented with various treatments. There was some talk of sending me to a specialist in Paris. In the end, they did not dare risk it. I overheard something that seemed to show that other people friends were looking for me. I learnt later that the nurse who had looked after me went to Paris and consulted a specialist, representing herself to be me. He put her through some searching tests and exposed her loss of memory to be fraudulent. But she had taken a note of his methods and reproduced them on me. I dare say I couldn't have deceived the specialist for a minute. A man who has made a lifelong study of a thing is unique. But I managed once again to hold my own with them. The fact that I'd not thought of myself as Jane Finn for so long made it easier. One night, I was whisked off to London at a moment's notice. They took me back to the house in Soho. Once I got away from the sanatorium, I felt different, as though something in me that had been buried for a long time was waking up again. They sent me in to wait on Mr. Beresford. Of course, I didn't know his name then. I was suspicious. I thought it was another trap. But he looked so honest. I could hardly believe it. However, I was careful in all I said, for I knew we could be overheard. There's a small hole high up in the wall. But on the Sunday afternoon, a message was brought to the house. They were all very disturbed. Without their knowing, I listened. Word had come that he was to be killed. I needn't tell the next part, because you know it. I thought I'd have time to rush up and get the papers from their hiding place. But I was caught, so I screamed out that he was escaping. And I said I wanted to go back to Marguerite. I shouted the name 3 times very loud. I knew the others would think I meant Mrs. Vandemeyer, but I hoped it might make Mr. Beresford think of the picture. He'd unhooked one the first day. That's what made me hesitate to trust him. She paused. Then the papers, said Sir James slowly, are still at the back of the picture in that room. Yes. The girl had sunk back on the sofa, exhausted with the strain of the long story. Sir James rose to his feet. He looked at his watch. Come, he said. We must go at once. Tonight, queried Tuppence, surprised. Tomorrow may be too late, said Sir James gravely. Besides, by going tonight we have the chance of capturing that great man and supercriminal Mr. Brown. There was dead silence, and Sir James continued, You have been followed here, not a doubt of it. When we leave the house, we shall be followed again, but not molested. For it is Mr. Brown's plan that we are to lead him. But the Soho house is under police supervision night and day. There are several men watching it. When we enter that house, Mr. Brown will not draw back. He will risk all, on the chance of obtaining the spark to fire his mine. And he fancies the risk not great, since he will enter in the guise of a friend. Tuppence flushed, then opened her mouth impulsively. But there's something you don't know, that we haven't told you. Her eyes dwelt on Jane in perplexity. What is that? Asked the other sharply. No hesitations. Miss Tuppence, we need to be sure of our going. But Tuppence, for once, seemed tongue-tied. It's so difficult, you see. If I'm wrong, oh, it would be dreadful. She made a grimace at the unconscious Jane. Never forgive me, she observed cryptically. You want me to help you out, eh? Yes, please. You know who Mr. Brown is, don't you? Yes, said Sir James gravely. At last I do. At last? Queried Tuppence doubtfully. Oh, but I thought— She paused. You thought correctly, Miss Tuppence. I have been morally certain of his identity for some time, ever since the night of Mrs. Vandemeyer's mysterious death. Ah, breathed Tuppence, for there we are up against the logic of facts. There are only two solutions. Either the chloral was administered by her own hand, which theory I reject utterly, or else— Yes, or else it was administered in the brandy you gave her. Only 3 people touched that brandy, you, Miss Tuppence, I myself, and one other, Mr. Julius Hersheimer. Jane Finn stirred and sat up, regarding the speaker with wide, astonished eyes. At first, the thing seemed utterly impossible. Mr. Hersheimer, as the son of a prominent millionaire, was a well-known figure in America. It seemed utterly impossible that he and Mr. Brown could be one and the same. But you cannot escape from the logic of facts. Since the thing was, so it must be accepted. Remember Mrs. Vandemeyer's sudden and inexplicable agitation. Another proof, if proof was needed. I took an early opportunity of giving you a hint, from some words of Mr. Hersheimer's at Manchester. I gathered that you had understood and acted on that hint. Then I set to work to prove the impossible possible. Mr. Beresford rang me up and told me what I had already suspected, that the photograph of Miss Jane Finn had never really been out of Mr. Hersheimer's possession. But the girl interrupted, springing to her feet. She cried out angrily, "What do you mean? What are you trying to suggest? That Mr. Brown is Julius, my own cousin?" "No, Miss Finn," said Sir James unexpectedly. "Not your cousin. The man who calls himself Julius Hersheimer is no relation to you whatsoever." Chapter 26. Mr. Brown. Sir James's words came like a bombshell. Both girls looked equally puzzled. The lawyer went across to his desk and returned with a small newspaper cutting, which he handed to Jane. Tuppence read it over her shoulder. Mr. Carter would have recognized it. It referred to the mysterious man found dead in New York. "As I was saying to Miss Tuppence," resumed the lawyer, "I set to work to prove the impossible possible. The great stumbling block was the undeniable fact that Julius Hersheimer was not an assumed name. When I came across this paragraph, my problem was solved. Julius Hersheimer set out to discover what had become of his cousin. He went out west, where he obtained news of her and her photograph to aid him in his search. On the eve of his departure from New York, he was set upon and murdered. His body was dressed in shabby clothes, and the face disfigured to prevent identification. Mr. Brown took his place. He sailed immediately for England. None of the real Hersheimer's friends or intimates saw him before he sailed, though indeed it would hardly have mattered if they had. The impersonation was so perfect. Since then, he had been hand in glove with those sworn to hunt him down. Every secret of theirs had been known to him. Only once did he come near disaster. Mrs. Vandemeyer knew his secret. It was no part of his plan that that huge bribe should ever be offered to her, but for Miss Tuppence's fortunate change of plan, she would have been far away from the flat when we arrived there. Exposure stared him in the face. He took a desperate step, trusting in his assumed character to avert suspicion. He nearly succeeded, but not quite. "I can't believe it," murmured Jane. "He seems so splendid." The real Julius Hersheimer was a splendid fellow, and Mr. Brown is a consummate actor. But ask Miss Tuppence if she also has not had her suspicions. Jane turned mutely to Tuppence. The latter nodded. I didn't want to say it. Jane, I knew it would hurt you. And after all, I couldn't be sure. I still don't understand why. If he's Mr. Brown, he rescued us. Was it Julius Hersheimer who helped you to escape? Tuppence recounted to Sir James the exciting events of the evening. Ending up, but I can't see why. Can't you? I can. So can young Beresford. By his actions, as a last hope, Jane Finn was to be allowed to escape, and the escape must be managed so that she harbors no suspicions of its being a put-up job. They're not averse to young Beresford's being in the neighborhood, and, if necessary, communicating with you, they'll take care to get him out of the way at the right minute. Then Julius Hersheimer dashes up and rescues you in true melodramatic style. Bullets fly, but don't hit anybody. What would have happened next? You would have driven straight to the house in Soho and secured the document which Miss Finn would probably have entrusted to her cousin's keeping. Or, if he conducted the search, he would have pretended to find the hiding place already rifled. He would have had a dozen ways of dealing with the situation, but the result would have been the same. And I rather fancy some accident would have happened to both of you. You see, you know rather an inconvenient amount. That's a rough outline. I admit I was caught napping, but somebody else wasn't. Tommy, said Tuppence softly. Yes, evidently, when the right moment came to get rid of him, he was too sharp for them. All the same, I'm not too easy in my mind about him. Why? Because Julius Hersheimer is Mr. Brown, said Sir James dryly. And it takes more than one man and a revolver to hold up Mr. Brown. Tuppence paled a little. What can we do? Nothing until we've been to the house in Soho. If Beresford has still got the upper hand, there's nothing to fear. If otherwise, our enemy will come to find us, and he will not find us unprepared. From a drawer in the desk, he took a service revolver and placed it in his coat pocket. Now we're ready. I know better than even to suggest going without you. Miss Tuppence, I should think so indeed, but I do suggest that Miss Finn should remain here. She will be perfectly safe, and I am afraid she is absolutely worn out with all she has been through. But to Tuppence's surprise, Jane shook her head. No, I guess I'm going too. Those papers were my trust. I must go through with this business to the end. I'm heaps better now anyway. Sir James's car was ordered round. During the short drive, Tuppence's heart beat tumultuously, in spite of momentary qualms of uneasiness respecting Tommy. She could not but feel exultation. They were going to win. The car drew up at the corner of the square, and they got out. Sir James went up to a plainclothes man who was on duty with several others, and spoke to him. Then he rejoined the girls. No one has gone into the house so far. It is being watched at the back as well, so they are quite sure of that. Anyone who attempts to enter after we have done so will be arrested immediately. Shall we go in? A policeman produced a key. They all knew Sir James well. They had also had orders respecting Tuppence. Only the third member of the party was unknown to them. The three entered the house, pulling the door to behind them. Slowly, they mounted the rickety stairs. At the top was the ragged curtain hiding the recess where Tommy had hidden that day. Tuppence had heard the story from Jane in her character of Annette. She looked at the tattered velvet with interest. Even now, she could almost swear it moved, as though someone was behind it. So strong was the illusion that she almost fancied she could make out the outline of a form. Supposing Mr. Brown Julius was there waiting. Impossible, of course. Yet she almost went back to put the curtain aside and make sure. Now they were entering the prison room. No place for anyone to hide here, thought Tuppence, with a sigh of relief, then chided herself indignantly. She must not give way to this foolish fancying, this curious, insistent feeling that Mr. Brown was in the house. Hark! What was that? A stealthy footstep on the stairs. There was someone in the house. Absurd. She was becoming hysterical. Jane had gone straight to the picture of Marguerite. She unhooked it with a steady hand. The dust lay thick upon it, and festoons of cobwebs lay between it and the wall. Sir James handed her a pocket knife, and she stripped away the brown paper from the back. The advertisement page of a magazine fell out. Jane picked it up. Holding apart the frayed inner edges, she extracted 2 thin sheets covered with writing. No dummy this time, the real thing. "We've got it," said Tuppence. At last. The moment was almost breathless in its emotion, forgotten the faint creakings, the imagined noises of a minute ago. None of them had eyes for anything but what Jane held in her hand. Sir James took it and scrutinized it attentively. "Yes," he said quietly. "This is the ill-fated draft treaty. We've succeeded," said Tuppence. There was awe and an almost wondering unbelief in her voice. Sir James echoed her words as he folded the paper carefully and put it away in his pocketbook. Then he looked curiously round the dingy room. "It was here that your young friend was confined for so long, was it not?" he said. "A truly sinister room. You notice the absence of windows and the thickness of the close-fitting door. Whatever took place here would never be heard by the outside world." Tuppence shivered. His words woke a vague alarm in her. What if there was someone concealed in the house, someone who might bar that door on them and leave them to die like rats in a trap? Then she realized the absurdity of her thought. The house was surrounded by police who, if they failed to reappear, would not hesitate to break in and make a thorough search. She smiled at her own foolishness, then looked up with a start to find Sir James watching her. He gave her an emphatic little nod. "Quite right. Miss Tuppence, you scent danger. So do I. So does Miss Finn." "Yes," admitted Jane. "It's absurd, but I can't help it." Sir James nodded again. "You feel, as we all feel, the presence of Mr. Brown." "Yes," as Tuppence made a movement. "Not a doubt of it. Mr. Brown is here, in this house, in this room. You don't understand. I'm Mr. Brown." Stupefied, unbelieving, they stared at him. The very lines of his face had changed. It was a different man who stood before them. He smiled a slow, cruel smile. "Neither of you will leave this room alive. You said, just now, we had succeeded. I have succeeded. The draft treaty is mine." His smile grew wider as he looked at Tuppence. "Shall I tell you how it will be? Sooner or later, the police will break in, and they will find 3 victims of Mr. Brown 3, not 2. You understand? But fortunately, the 3rd will not be dead, only wounded, and will be able to describe the attack with a wealth of detail. The treaty, it is in the hands of Mr. Brown. so no one will think of searching the pockets of Sir James Peel Edgerton. He turned to Jane. You outwitted me. I make my acknowledgments, but you will not do it again. There was a faint sound behind him, but intoxicated with success, he did not turn his head. He slipped his hand into his pocket. Checkmate to the young adventurers, he said, and slowly raised the big automatic. But even as he did so, he felt himself seized from behind in a grip of iron. The revolver was wrenched from his hand, and the voice of Julius Hersheimer said drawlingly, I guess you're caught red-handed with the goods upon you. The blood rushed to the K.C.'s face, but his self-control was marvelous. As he looked from one to the other of his two captors, he looked longest at Tommy. You, he said beneath his breath. You, I might have known. Seeing that he was disposed to offer no resistance, their grip slackened. Quick as a flash, his left hand, the hand which bore the big signet ring, was raised to his lips. Ave Caesar te morituri salutant, he said, still looking at Tommy. Then his face changed, and with a long, convulsive shudder, he fell forward in a crumpled heap, whilst an odor of bitter almonds filled the air. Chapter 27. A Supper Party at the Savoy. The supper party, given by Mr. Julius Hersheimer to a few friends on the evening of the 30th, will long be remembered in catering circles. It took place in a private room, and Mr. Hersheimer's orders were brief and forcible. He gave carte blanche, and when a millionaire gives carte blanche, he usually gets it. Every delicacy out of season was duly provided. Waiters carried bottles of ancient and royal vintage with loving care. The floral decorations defied the seasons, and fruits of the earth as far apart as May and November found themselves miraculously side by side. The list of guests was small and select. The American ambassador, Mr. Carter, who had taken the liberty, he said, of bringing an old friend, Sir William Beresford, with him, Archdeacon Cowley, Dr. Hall, those two youthful adventurers, Miss Prudence Cowley and Mr. Thomas Beresford, and last, but not least, as guest of honor, Miss Jane Finn. Julius had spared no pains to make Jane's appearance a success. A mysterious knock had brought Tuppence to the door of the apartment she was sharing with the American girl. It was Julius. In his hand, he held a check. Say, Tuppence, he began, will you do me a good turn? Take this, and get Jane regularly togged up for this evening. You're all coming to supper with me at the Savoy. See, spare no expense. You get me. Sure thing, mimicked Tuppence. We shall enjoy ourselves. It will be a pleasure dressing Jane. She's the loveliest thing I've ever seen. That's so, agreed Mr. Hersheimer fervently. His fervor brought a momentary twinkle to Tuppence's eye. By the way, Julius, she remarked demurely, I haven't given you my answer yet. Answer, said Julius. His face paled. You know, when you asked me to marry you, faltered Tuppence, her eyes downcast in the true manner of the early Victorian heroine, and wouldn't take no for an answer. I've thought it well over. Yes, said Julius. The perspiration stood on his forehead. Tuppence relented suddenly. You great idiot, she said. What on earth induced you to do it? I could see, at the time, you didn't care a twopenny dip for me. Not at all. I had and still have the highest sentiments of esteem and respect and admiration for you. Said Tuppence. Those are the kind of sentiments that very soon go to the wall when the other sentiment comes along, don't they? Old thing, I don't know what you mean, said Julius stiffly, but a large and burning blush overspread his countenance. Shucks, retorted Tuppence. She laughed and closed the door, reopening it to add with dignity, morally, I shall always consider I have been jilted. What was it? Asked Jane as Tuppence rejoined her. Julius. What did he want? Really, I think he wanted to see you, but I wasn't going to let him. Not until tonight, when you're going to burst upon everyone like King Solomon in his glory. Come on, we're going to shop. To most people, the 29th, the much-heralded Labor Day, had passed much as any other day. Speeches were made in the park and Trafalgar Square, straggling processions, singing the red flag, wandered through the streets in a more or less a-plus honor. Newspapers, which had hinted at a general strike and the inauguration of a reign of terror, were forced to hide their diminished heads. The bolder and more astute among them sought to prove that peace had been effected by following their counsels. In the Sunday papers, a brief notice of the sudden death of Sir James Peel Edgerton, the famous K.C., had appeared. Monday's paper dealt appreciatively with the dead man's career. The exact manner of his sudden death was never made public. Tommy had been right in his forecast of the situation. It had been a one-man show. Deprived of their chief, the organization fell to pieces. Kraminin had made a precipitate return to Russia, leaving England early on Sunday morning. The gang had fled from Astley Priors in a panic, leaving behind, in their haste, various damaging documents which compromised them hopelessly. With these proofs of conspiracy in their hands, aided further by a small brown diary, taken from the pocket of the dead man, which had contained a full and damning resume of the whole plot. The government had called an 11th-hour conference. The labor leaders were forced to recognize that they had been used as a cat's paw. Certain concessions were made by the government and were eagerly accepted. It was to be peace, not war. But the cabinet knew by how narrow a margin they had escaped utter disaster, and burnt in on Mr. Carter's brain was the strange scene which had taken place in the house in Soho the night before. He had entered the squalid room to find that great man, the friend of a lifetime, dead betrayed out of his own mouth. From the dead man's pocketbook he had retrieved the ill-omened draft treaty, and then, and there, in the presence of the other three, it had been reduced to ashes. England was saved. And now, on the evening of the 30th, in a private room at the Savoy, Mr. Julius P. Hersheimer was receiving his guests. Mr. Carter was the first to arrive. With him was a choleric-looking old gentleman, at sight of whom Tommy flushed up to the roots of his hair. He came forward. "Ha!" said the old gentleman, surveying him apoplectically. "So you're my nephew, are you? Not much to look at, but you've done good work. It seems. Your mother must have brought you up well after all. Shall we let bygones be bygones? Eh? You're my heir, you know. And in future, I propose to make you an allowance, and you can look upon Chalmers Park as your home. Thank you, sir. It's awfully decent of you. Where's this young lady I've been hearing such a lot about? Tommy introduced Tuppence. "Ha," said Sir William, eyeing her. "Girls aren't what they used to be in my young days." "Yes, they are," said Tuppence. "Their clothes are different, perhaps, but they themselves are just the same." "Well, perhaps you're right." "Minxes? Then minxes now?" "That's it," said Tuppence. "I'm a frightful minx myself." "I believe you," said the old gentleman, chuckling, and pinched her ear in high good humor. Most young women were terrified of the old bear, as they termed him. Tuppence's pertness delighted the old misogynist. Then came the timid archdeacon, a little bewildered by the company in which he found himself, glad that his daughter was considered to have distinguished herself, but unable to help glancing at her from time to time with nervous apprehension. But Tuppence behaved admirably. She forbore to cross her legs, set a guard upon her tongue, and steadfastly refused to smoke. Dr. Hall came next, and he was followed by the American ambassador. "We might as well sit down," said Julius, when he had introduced all his guests to each other. "Tuppence, will you?" He indicated the place of honor with a wave of his hand. But Tuppence shook her head. "No, that's Jane's place. When one thinks of how she's held out all these years, she ought to be made the queen of the feast tonight." Julius flung her a grateful glance, and Jane came forward shyly to the allotted seat, beautiful as she had seemed before. It was as nothing to the loveliness that now went fully adorned. Tuppence had performed her part faithfully. The model gown supplied by a famous dressmaker had been entitled a tiger lily. It was all golds and reds and browns, and out of it rose the pure column of the girl's white throat, and the bronze masses of hair that crowned her lovely head. There was admiration in every eye. As she took her seat, soon the supper party was in full swing, and with one accord, Tommy was called upon for a full and complete explanation. "You've been too darned close about the whole business," Julius accused him. "You let on to me that you were off to the Argentine, though I guess you had your reasons for that. The idea of both you and Tuppence casting me for the part of Mr. Brown just tickles me to death." "The idea was not original to them," said Mr. Carter gravely. "It was suggested, and the poison very carefully instilled, by a past master in the art. The paragraph in the New York paper suggested the plan to him, and by means of it he wove a web that nearly enmeshed you fatally." "I never liked him," said Julius. "I felt from the first that there was something wrong about him, and I always suspected that it was he who silenced Mrs. Vandemeyer so appositely. But it wasn't till I heard that the order for Tommy's execution came right on the heels of our interview with him that Sunday that I began to tumble to the fact that he was the big bug himself." "I never suspected it at all," lamented Tuppence. "I've always thought I was so much cleverer than Tommy, but he's undoubtedly scored over me handsomely." Julius agreed. "Tommy's been the goods this trip. And, instead of sitting there as dumb as a fish, let him banish his blushes and tell us all about it. Hear, hear." "There's nothing to tell," said Tommy, acutely uncomfortable. "I was an awful mugwright up to the time I found that photograph of Annette and realized that she was Jane Finn. Then I remembered how persistently she had shouted out that word, Marguerite, and I thought of the pictures, and, well, that's that. Then, of course, I went over the whole thing to see where I'd made an ass of myself." "Go on," said Mr. Carter, as Tommy showed signs of taking refuge in silence once more. That business about Mrs. Vandemeyer had worried me when Julius told me about it. On the face of it, it seemed that he or Sir James must have done the trick, but I didn't know which. Finding that photograph in the drawer, after that story of how it had been got from him by Inspector Brown, made me suspect Julius. Then I remembered that it was Sir James who had discovered the false Jane Finn. In the end, I couldn't make up my mind and just decided to take no chances either way. I left a note for Julius, in case he was Mr. Brown, saying I was off to the Argentine, and I dropped Sir James's letter with the offer of the job by the desk so that he would see it was a genuine stunt. Then I wrote my letter to Mr. Carter and rang up Sir James. Taking him into my confidence would be the best thing either way, so I told him everything except where I believed the papers to be hidden. The way he helped me to get on the track of Tuppence and Annette almost disarmed me, but not quite. I kept my mind open between the two of them, and then I got a bogus note from Tuppence, and then I knew. But how? Tommy took the note in question from his pocket and passed it round the table. It's her handwriting, all right, but I knew it wasn't from her because of the signature. She'd never spell her name Tuppence, but anyone who'd never seen it written might quite easily do so. Julius had seen it. He showed me a note of hers to him once, but Sir James hadn't. After that, everything was plain sailing. I sent off Albert post-haste to Mr. Carter. I pretended to go away, but doubled back again. When Julius came bursting up in his car, I felt it wasn't part of Mr. Brown's plan, and that there would probably be trouble. Unless Sir James was actually caught in the act, so to speak. I knew Mr. Carter would never believe it of him on my bare word. I didn't. Interposed Mr. Carter ruefully. That's why I sent the girls off to Sir James. I was sure they'd fetch up at the house in Soho sooner or later. I threatened Julius with the revolver, because I wanted Tuppence to repeat that to Sir James, so that he wouldn't worry about us. The moment the girls were out of sight, I told Julius to drive like hell for London, and as we went along, I told him the whole story. We got to the Soho house in plenty of time, and met Mr. Carter outside. After arranging things with him, we went in and hid behind the curtain in the recess. The policeman had orders to say, if they were asked, that no one had gone into the house. That's all. And Tommy came to an abrupt halt. There was silence for a moment. By the way, said Julius suddenly, you're all wrong about that photograph of Jane. It was taken from me, but I found it again. Where? Cried Tuppence. In that little safe on the wall, in Mrs. Vandermeyer's bedroom. I knew you found something, said Tuppence reproachfully. To tell you the truth, that's what started me off suspecting you. Why didn't you say? I guess I was a mite suspicious, too. It had been got away from me once, and I determined I wouldn't let on. I'd got it until a photographer had made a dozen copies of it. We all kept back something or other, said Tuppence thoughtfully. I suppose Secret Service work makes you like that. In the pause that ensued, Mr. Carter took from his pocket a small, shabby, brown book. Beresford has just said that I would not have believed Sir James Peel Egerton to be guilty unless, so to speak, he was caught in the act. That is so. Indeed, not until I read the entries in this little book could I bring myself fully to credit the amazing truth. This book will pass into the possession of Scotland Yard, but it will never be publicly exhibited. Sir James's long association with the law would make it undesirable. But to you, who know the truth, I propose to read certain passages which will throw some light on the extraordinary mentality of this great man. He opened the book and turned the thin pages. It is madness to keep this book. I know that. It is documentary evidence against me. But I have never shrunk from taking risks, and I feel an urgent need for self-expression. The book will only be taken from my dead body. From an early age, I realized that I had exceptional abilities. Only a fool underestimates his capabilities. My brain power was greatly above the average. I know that I was born to succeed. My appearance was the only thing against me. I was quiet and insignificant, utterly nondescript. When I was a boy, I heard a famous murder trial. I was deeply impressed by the power and eloquence of the counsel for the defense. For the first time, I entertained the idea of taking my talents to that particular market. Then I studied the criminal in the dock. The man was a fool. He had been incredibly, unbelievably stupid. Even the eloquence of his counsel was hardly likely to save him. I felt an immeasurable contempt for him. Then it occurred to me that the criminal standard was a low one. It was the wastrels, the failures, the general riffraff of civilization who drifted into crime. Strange that men of brains had never realized its extraordinary opportunities. I played with the idea. What a magnificent field. What unlimited possibilities. It made my brain reel. I read standard works on crime and criminals. They all confirmed my opinion. Degeneracy, disease, never the deliberate embracing of a career by a far-seeing man. Then I considered, supposing my utmost ambitions were realized that I was called to the bar, and rose to the height of my profession, that I entered politics, say, even that I became Prime Minister of England. What then? Was that power hampered at every turn by my colleagues, fettered by the democratic system, of which I should be the mere figurehead? No. The power I dreamed of was absolute. An autocrat, a dictator. And such power could only be obtained by working outside the law. To play on the weaknesses of human nature. Then on the weaknesses of nations, to get together and control a vast organization. And finally, to overthrow the existing order and rule. The thought intoxicated me. I saw that I must lead two lives. A man like myself is bound to attract notice. I must have a successful career which would mask my true activities. Also, I must cultivate a personality. I modeled myself upon famous KCCs. I reproduced their mannerisms, their magnetism. If I had chosen to be an actor, I should have been the greatest actor living. No disguises, no grease paint, no false beards, personality. I put it on like a glove. When I shed it, I was myself, quiet, unobtrusive, a man like every other man. I called myself Mr. Brown. There are hundreds of men called Brown. There are hundreds of men looking just like me. I succeeded in my false career. I was bound to succeed. I shall succeed in the other. A man like me cannot fail. I have been reading a life of Napoleon. He and I have much in common. I make a practice of defending criminals. A man should look after his own people. Once or twice, I have felt afraid. The first time was in Italy. There was a dinner given. Professor D, the great alienist, was present. The talk fell on insanity. He said, "A great many men are mad, and no one knows it. They do not know it themselves." I do not understand why he looked at me when he said that. His glance was strange. I did not like it. The war has disturbed me. I thought it would further my plans. The Germans are so efficient. Their spy system, too, was excellent. The streets are full of these boys in khaki, all empty-headed young fools. Yet I do not know. They won the war. It disturbs me. My plans are going well. A girl butted in. I do not think she really knew anything, but we must give up the Estonia. No risks now. All goes well. The loss of memory is vexing. It cannot be a fake. No girl could deceive me. The 29th. That is very soon. Mr. Carter paused. I will not read the details of the coup that was planned, but there are just two small entries that refer to the three of you. In the light of what happened, they are interesting. By inducing the girl to come to me of her own accord, I have succeeded in disarming her. But she has intuitive flashes that might be dangerous. She must be got out of the way. I can do nothing with the American. He suspects and dislikes me, but he cannot know. I fancy my armor is impregnable. Sometimes I fear I have underestimated the other boy. He is not clever, but it is hard to blind his eyes to facts. Mr. Carter shut the book. A great man, he said. Genius or insanity. Who can say? There was silence. Then Mr. Carter rose to his feet. I will give you a toast. The joint venture, which has so amply justified itself by success. It was drunk with acclamation. There's something more we want to hear, continued Mr. Carter. He looked at the American ambassador. I speak for you also. I know. We'll ask Miss Jane Finn to tell us the story that only Miss Tuppence has heard so far. But before we do so, we'll drink her health. The health of one of the bravest of America's daughters, to whom is due the thanks and gratitude of two great countries. Chapter 28 and After. That was a mighty good toast, Jane, said Mr. Hersheimer, as he and his cousin were being driven back in the Rolls-Royce to the Ritz. The one to the joint venture. No, the one to you. There isn't another girl in the world who could have carried it through as you did. You were just wonderful. Jane shook her head. I don't feel wonderful. At heart, I'm just tired and lonesome and longing for my own country. That brings me to something I wanted to say. I heard the ambassador telling you his wife hoped you would come to them at the embassy right away. That's good enough, but I've got another plan. Jane, I want you to marry me. Don't get scared and say no at once. You can't love me right away. Of course, that's impossible. But I've loved you from the very moment I set eyes on your photo, and now I've seen you. I'm simply crazy about you. If you'll only marry me, I won't worry you any. You shall take your own time. Maybe you'll never come to love me. And if that's the case, I'll manage to set you free. But I want the right to look after you and take care of you. That's what I want, said the girl wistfully. Someone who'll be good to me. Oh, you don't know how lonesome I feel. Sure thing I do. Then I guess that's all fixed up. And I'll see the Archbishop about a special license tomorrow morning. Oh, Julius. Well, I don't want to hustle you any, Jane, but there's no sense in waiting about. Don't be scared. I shan't expect you to love me all at once. but a small hand was slipped into his. "I love you now, Julius," said Jane Finn. "I loved you that first moment in the car, when the bullet grazed your cheek." 5 minutes later, Jane murmured softly, "I don't know London very well, Julius, but is it such a very long way from the Savoy to the Ritz?" "It depends how you go," explained Julius, unblushingly. "We're going by way of Regent's Park." "Oh, Julius, what will the chauffeur think? At the wages I pay him, he knows better than to do any independent thinking. Why, Jane, the only reason I had the supper at the Savoy was so that I could drive you home. I didn't see how I was ever going to get hold of you alone. You and Tuppence have been sticking together like Siamese twins. I guess another day of it would have driven me and Beresford stark staring mad." "Oh, is he?" "Of course he is. Head over ears." "I thought so," said Jane thoughtfully. "Why?" "From all the things Tuppence didn't say." "There you have me beat," said Mr. Hersheimer. But Jane only laughed. In the meantime, the young adventurers were sitting bolt upright, very stiff and ill at ease, in a taxi which, with a singular lack of originality, was also returning to the Ritz via Regent's Park. A terrible constraint seemed to have settled down between them. Without quite knowing what had happened, everything seemed changed. Cheese. They were tongue-tied, paralyzed. All the old camaraderie was gone. Tuppence could think of nothing to say. Tommy was equally afflicted. They sat very straight and forbore to look at each other. At last, Tuppence made a desperate effort. "Rather fun, wasn't it?" "Rather." Another silence. "I like Julius," essayed Tuppence again. Tommy was suddenly galvanized into life. "You're not going to marry him. Do you hear?" he said dictatorially. "I forbid it." "Oh," said Tuppence meekly. "Absolutely. You understand. He doesn't want to marry me. He really only asked me out of kindness." "That's not very likely," scoffed Tommy. "It's quite true. He's head over ears in love with Jane. I expect he's proposing to her now. She'll do for him very nicely," said Tommy condescendingly. "Don't you think she's the most lovely creature you've ever seen?" "Oh, I dare say. But I suppose you prefer Sterlingworth," said Tuppence demurely. Dash it all, Tuppence. You know. "I like your uncle, Tommy," said Tuppence, hastily creating a diversion. "By the way, what are you going to do? Accept Mr. Carter's offer of a government job? Or accept Julius's invitation and take a richly remunerated post in America on his ranch?" "I shall stick to the old ship, I think. Though it's awfully good of Hersheimer, but I feel you'd be more at home in London." "I don't see where I come in." "I do," said Tommy positively. Tuppence stole a glance at him sideways. "There's the money, too," she observed thoughtfully. "What money?" "We're going to get a check each. Mr. Carter told me so." "Did you ask how much?" inquired Tommy, sarcastically. "Yes," said Tuppence triumphantly. "But I shan't tell you." "Tuppence, you are the limit." "It has been fun, hasn't it, Tommy? I do hope we shall have lots more adventures." "You're insatiable. Tuppence, I've had quite enough adventures for the present." "Well, shopping is almost as good," said Tuppence dreamily, thinking of buying old furniture and bright carpets and futurist silk curtains and a polished dining table and a divan with lots of cushions. "Hold hard," said Tommy. What's all this for? Possibly a house, but I think a flat. Whose flat? You think I mind saying it, but I don't in the least ours. So there. You darling, cried Tommy, his arms tightly round her. I was determined to make you say it. I owe you something for the relentless way you've squashed me whenever I've tried to be sentimental. Tuppence raised her face to his. The taxi proceeded on its course round the north side of Regent's Park. You haven't really proposed now, pointed out Tuppence. Not what our grandmothers would call a proposal, but after listening to a rotten one like Julius's, I'm inclined to let you off. You won't be able to get out of marrying me, so don't you think it? What fun it will be, responded Tuppence. Marriage is called all sorts of things, a haven, a refuge, and a crowning glory, and a state of bondage, and lots more. But do you know what I think it is? What? A sport. And a damn good sport, too, said Tommy.